Chapter 326. It's an illusion array. Under the gazes that were filled with astonishment, Chu Hen's right palm strangely passed through Zhang Yi's body. After that, her tall and slender body strangely shattered and transformed into countless beautiful butterflies that fluttered in the air. Hundreds and thousands of butterflies flapped their wings, forming a beautiful scene. Chu Hen stood in the center of the swarm of butterflies. The corners of his eyes revealed a faint, cold glint. Then, with a flick of his finger, a dazzling rune flew out and hit the largest black butterfly accurately. Bang! A layer of violent energy rippled in the air. The black butterfly was directly shattered by Chu Hen's attack, crumbling into fine powder. However, the illusion in front of him still did not disappear. The densely packed swarm of butterflies still surrounded Chu Hen from all directions. Hiss, hiss! Quickly after, the butterflies of all sizes that fluttered around Chu Hen all spat out strands of white silk. Every single strand of the soft silk was extremely fine. If it wasn't for the fact that there were too many of them, even the naked I would have difficulty catching them. In the face of Zhang Yi's powerful and swift attack, Yuda and Wenhong were really worried for Chu Hen. Among the many rune masters present, only the two of them had a little bit of confidence in Chu Hen, but it was only a little bit, looking at the delicate silk attacking from all directions. Chu Hen's palm quickly transformed into a dozen gorgeous scarlet runes. Once the runes appeared, they were instantly arranged and activated. Fire Python Array, Chu Hen softly shouted. Buzz! In the next second, an incomparably hot wave of air once again soared into the sky. A huge flame python that was over 10 meters long and as thick as a bucket coiled around Chu Hen's body, forming a full range of protection. Under normal circumstances, the white silk would be burned to ashes in the blink of an eye when it came into contact with flames. However, not only were the white silk in front of everyone not burned, it was like a sharp weapon that pierced through tofu, directly piercing through the fire python that coiled around Chu Hen's body. What followed was Chu Hen's agonized cries. The hearts of the surrounding people were shocked. Yuda and Wenhong furrowed their brows deeply, their eyes filled with helplessness. The fire python's momentum was rapidly suppressed, and it quickly dissipated. However, a scene that no one could bear to look at and that caused their hearts to tremble appeared. Chu Hen's body was penetrated by hundreds and thousands of fine threads. The fine white threads pierced through Chu Hen's wrists, ankles, knees, shoulders, and other major joints. It looked like Chu Hen was a marionette. Hiss! The surrounding people were all secretly shocked. It was really painful to look at. Endless pain pierced through every one of Chu Hen's nerves. Even the slightest movement would cause excruciating pain. What was worse was that the threads contained poison. Under everyone's fearful gaze, Chu Hen's skin turned greenish-black at a speed visible to the naked eye. His body trembled violently. Chu Hen's legs bent, and he almost knelt on the ground. The outcome was decided. Looking at the scene in front of them, no one had the slightest doubt in their hearts. As expected of Miss Zhang Yi, she easily dealt with that arrogant guy. He thinks he's invincible in every field just because he won the double role champion. How foolish. When we wake up tomorrow, the whole city will be filled with news of the double role champion working like a slave for Miss Zhang Yi. Ha! A few of Zhang Yi's pursuers laughed wantonly. Sigh. Yu sighed helplessly. He thought that with Chu Hen's personality, he would not be so impulsive. He did not expect this to be the result. It seemed that he had overestimated Chu Hen. Buzz, buzz. The multicolored butterflies that filled the sky gathered behind Chu Hen, who was unable to move, and quickly revealed Zhang Yi's original appearance. You're really overestimating yourself with this little ability of yours. Zhang Yi held a dagger condensed from runes in her hand and pointed it at the back of Chu Hen's neck. From today onwards, you're this young Mrs. Servant. You have to follow me wherever I go, follow my lead, and obey my orders. Is that so? Do I have to follow you when you're taking a bath? A frivolous laugh came out of Chu Hen's mouth. Everyone was shocked. What was going on? Then they saw that Chu Hen had already formed a seal with both of his hands. His bright eyes revealed a playful smile. There was not a trace of pain on his face. Miss Zhen-Yi, everything in front of me is an illusion. Do you really think I've been fooled? Illusion break. Break! In the next moment, an extremely powerful aura exploded from Chu Hen's body. Yuda and Wenhong's eyes instantly lit up. Then a bright and dazzling golden light burst out like the radiance of the sun. An extremely strong wind raged, and a huge airflow swept in all directions. The eyes of the surrounding onlookers shrunk to the size of a needle. Buzz, the space trembled slightly. Everyone only saw a white light flash before their eyes. Then, the initial scene appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Chu Hen and Zhen-Yi maintained the scene at the beginning. There was a distance of more than 10 meters between them. Chu Hen's body did not show any signs of being pierced by the thin silk, nor was his body corroded by the poison. What? Was that an illusion all along? Miss Zhen-Yi is really amazing. Even us onlookers were trapped in it. Apart from a few high-level Rin masters who could still maintain their composure, most of the others were shocked. The illusion array that Zhen-Yi had set up was not only targeted at Chu Hen, but also confused everyone outside. So much so that almost everyone thought that Chu Hen had been captured by Zhen-Yi. Zhen Danchuan's niece is really not simple. Yuda lightly exhaled. But I think that Chu Hen is even more not simple. Wenhong said. A chilling cold current swept out. Chu Hen raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Zhen-Yi in front of him with great interest. He said, your movements are too big. Your first Yellow Springs marsh technique can't use more than 100 runes. What you really need to set up is the illusory array at the back. Humph. Zhen-Yi's face was as cold as ice. Her slender eyebrows surged with a trace of coldness. You just happened to discover a clue. You won't be so lucky next. After saying that, a stronger Reiki energy than before gushed out from Zhen-Yi's body. However, at this moment, the corner of Chu Hen's mouth raised into a mischievous smile. Before that, I would like to ask Miss Zhen-Yi, did you bring enough money today? What? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Buzz. In the next instant, something that caused everyone to be extremely surprised occurred. The ground around Zhen-Yi abruptly lit up with over 10 dazzling arcs of talisman markings. What's going on? It's a rune array. Before everyone could recover from their shock, Chu Hen had already formed a hand seal. Thick Reiki energy spread out from his Naiwen palace. Trap array activate. Swoosh, swoosh! Along with the rapid, wind-breaking momentum, the brilliant light patterns that bloomed around Zhen-Yi suddenly turned into several sharp rays of light that entangled Zhen-Yi in the middle. This was merely the most basic of entrapment arrays. But under such circumstances, Zhen-Yi was still caught unprepared. The bright rays of light directly wrapped around her legs and ankles. I know! This is the rune that the kid planted when he stepped on the floor tiles. A loud and clear exclamation exploded in the hall. These words had awakened everyone from their dreams. As these words were spoken, the expression of everyone present changed. Their hearts were filled with shock. Just before the two people's rune technique duel, Chu Hen had consecutively stepped on more than 10 floor tiles, and he had even walked around in a circle. At that time, everyone only thought that Chu Hen had not seen much of the world and was foolish and ignorant, making a fool of himself here. Now it seemed that the seemingly unintentional action was deliberately done by Chu Hen. Every time the other party stepped on a floor tile, he had in fact planted a rune. Continuously breaking more than 10 floor tiles was equivalent to more than 10 runes, and these 10 runes were enough to complete the simplest rune array. Now that they thought about it, Everyone present could not help but feel that they had been fooled by Chu Hen. It was very simple. The matter of the illusionary soil array being set up in the hall of the Engraver Guild was not a secret. Almost everyone in the imperial capital knew about it. However, Chu Hen had just pretended to not know anything. This was not ignorance, but true cleverness. This guy is really surprising. In just a blink of an eye, Zhen Yi had broken the array that was wrapped around her legs. However, a basic rune array could only affect the other party for a moment. However, in that instant, tens of bright and resplendent runes were released from Chu Hen's body. Light rune technique. Boom! Immediately, under Chu Hen's control, the dozens of bright runes all burst out with an extremely dazzling light. Everyone present felt a stinging pain in their eyes and hurriedly raised their sleeves to cover their eyes. Zhen Yi's pretty face turned pale, and her pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. In that dazzling bright light, a swift and fierce figure attacked. Buzz, buzz. In a short period of less than 2 seconds, the dazzling light subsequently faded. But looking at the scene in front of them again, it directly caused everyone present to be dumbfounded. They saw that Chu Hen, who was more than 10 meters away a second ago, was now right behind Zhen Yi. Chu Hen's right hand, which was surrounded by the bright light of runes, condensed into a sharp thorn. The moment the thorn's sharpness paused, it was directly aimed at Zhen Yi's waist. This time, I am very sure that I have caught you, Miss Zhen Yi. Chapter 3:27. This time, I'm very sure I've caught you, Miss Zhen Yi. There was a hint of mockery in his indifferent and frivolous tone. In an instant, the spacious inner hall fell into an unprecedented silence. At this moment, Chu Hen was standing behind Zhen Yi. The talisman in his palm that had transformed into a spike was pressed against Zhen Yi's waist. This sudden change was indeed a little too fast. Just a few seconds ago, everyone was still marveling at the brilliance of the illusory formation that Zhen Yi had set up. In just a blink of an eye, the outcome was decided. From the beginning until the end, the highest level talisman formation that Chu Hen had set up was merely the Earth Traversal Formation. However, he had relied on the elementary trapping formation to complete this decisive move. It doesn't count, it doesn't count. Chu Hen, you've used a sneaky move. A few of Zhen Yi's pursuers loudly muttered one after another. The competition hasn't even begun, and you've already secretly set up the trapping formation. It's obvious that you're taking advantage of her. That's right. If you're so capable, fight Miss Zhen Yi fairly. Don't use such a despicable trick. All the inscription masters in the hall watched coldly from the sidelines as they cursed and scolded those people. A faint smile crept up on Chu Hen's face as he said, "The way to become an inscription master is to be good at setting up, because an inscription master will be at a disadvantage in terms of speed when facing Wuxiu. Therefore, one must know how to use the advantage of the venue to set up the formation in advance. In the rules of the inscription master, there's no such thing as being honorable. Even if your opponent hasn't shown up, you can still set up the talisman formation. Am I right, Miss Zhen Yi?" The moment these words left his mouth, the few people who were muttering earlier immediately shut their mouths. Zhen Yi's expression turned even uglier as though it was covered in a thick layer of frost. All the inscription masters in the surroundings sighed inwardly. Since young, she had been a proud girl. Today, she had finally met someone who could restrain her. Yu sighed in admiration and shook his head. His thoughts had changed once again. It seemed like he had not overestimated Chu Hen, but he had underestimated him. There were so many engraving artists present, yet none of them had discovered the trap that Chu Hen had laid out from the very beginning. Chu Hen's mastery of runes was definitely not weaker than any of the senior rune masters present. "Chu Hen, since it's over, let go of Miss Zhen Yi," Wen Hong said in a low voice. No matter what, with Zhen Yi's background, not many people dared not give face to Jin Danxian. Chu Hen faintly smiled. Shortly after, he removed the power of the rune on his palm. Miss Zhen Yi, thank you for letting me win. Zhen Yi's eyes were filled with anger. She turned around and glared at Chu Hen, gnashing her teeth in hatred. Remember what happened today. I will definitely pay you back. With that, Zhen Yi turned around and left with a cold expression. Hee, Miss Zhen Yi, don't you want to settle the bill before you leave? Chu Hen said with a faint smile. You. Zhen Yi's face was pale with anger. She then looked at the uneasy Old Man Lu and said, Put it all on my bill. Old Man Lu's fat body could not help but tremble. He laughed dryly and did not dare to say anything else. As soon as Zhen Yi left, a few of her followers and pursuers hurriedly went up to her. All of you get lost. I will kill whoever dares to annoy me. The few of them were instantly scared out of their wits. If they angered this little ancestor, it would be a small matter even if they lost their lives. After Zhen Yi left, the atmosphere slowly returned to normal. When everyone looked at Chu Hen again, their gazes had completely changed. Ha 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 ha, Brother Chu Hen, you're amazing. Yu De went up to him with a face full of smiles. Wen Hong also had a look of admiration on her face. Indeed, heroes come from youngsters. It's really too exciting. Chu Hen smiled and said, Brother Yu, Sister Wen Hong is exaggerating. It's just more luck. To be able to win against Zhen Yi, it's definitely not as simple as luck. I have high hopes for you. One day, there will definitely be another young spiritual tattooist in the Sacred Star Dynasty. Yu De said in a solemn tone. Brother Yu, you flatter me. Come on, let's not talk about anything else. The materials have been prepared. Just leave the rest to me. Yu De brought Chu Hen back to Old Man Lu's counter. At this moment, Old Man Lu's face was gloomy. He was as depressed as he could be. He originally wanted to suppress Yu De, but he did not expect that he would drag Zhen into the water and cause her to lose face. Even Chu Hen's side was indirectly offended as well. Old Man Lu, I will take all the materials. Go and settle the bill with Miss Zhen Yi. Yu De was very straightforward. Anyway, Old Man Lu deserved it. He could not be blamed. Take it, take it. Get out of here. Don't be an eyesore in front of me. Old Man Lu was very depressed. It seemed that he could not take the 150,000 upper grade primordial crystals from Zhen Yi. If he took the money, it would be even more difficult to build a relationship with Zhen Danxian. Losing 150,000 upper grade primordial crystals in vain. Old Man Lu was very distressed. Yu De did not care about this. After putting the materials and the clock into the storage ring, he said to Chu Hen, Brother Chu Hen, I need 3 days to prepare. 3 days later, bring the device spirit here to find me. Okay, thank you, Brother Yu. You don't have to be so polite with me. If you have any problems in the future, feel free to come to me. In just a short while, Yu De and Chu Hen had pulled their relationship closer by quite a bit. Seeing this, Wen Hong, who was at the side, took out a scroll. Brother Chu Hen, this is the first time we meet. As a big sister, I don't have anything good to give you. These are some notes of my understanding of spiritual arrays and runes over the years. Take it back and read it. I hope it will be of some help to you. This? Chu Hen's eyes lit up and he looked surprised. For any advanced engraving master, the accumulated experience was very important. Although Chu Hen was a 5th grade rune master, his experience was very shallow. In many cases, he had to rely on himself to explore and move forward. However, the notes of a 7th grade advanced rune master could be of great help to Chu Hen. Without waiting for Chu Hen to say more, Yu De also took out 2 scrolls and handed them to Chu Hen. Brother, these are my personal notes and records of runes in the field of refining weapons and alchemy. They are also for you to read. Although I know that you are good at spiritual arrays, Tao runes belong to the same family and there is a connection between them. Facing the enthusiasm of the two, Chu Hen was really a little embarrassed. However, he really wanted to read the contents of the accumulated experience of these seniors. After thinking for a bit, Chu Hen accepted the 3 scrolls without any respect. After I read them, I will definitely return them to you too. This is up to you. If there is anything you don't understand, feel free to come to me at any time. Wen Hong said, "All right, then I'll take my leave first." Chapter 328. By the time Chu Hen left the Tattoo Master Guild, the sky had already turned completely dark. Looking at the brightly lit streets, Chu Hen let out a sigh of relief. A cold breeze blew over, dispersing the white-hot air. Although it was already the beginning of spring, the weather was still a little chilly. After I'm done with these few days, I'll ask Big Brother and Second Sister to go back to Blazing Rain City. It's been more than a year. I wonder how Uncle Jean is doing now. Chu Hen muttered to himself. It had been more than a year since he left Blazing Rain City. How was that father-like man doing? A tall and burly middle-aged figure involuntarily appeared in Chu Hen's mind. Long Jean, who had always been strict since he was a child, was as gentle as a loving father in the month before he came to the imperial capital. Perhaps it was because Chu Hen had grown up and didn't need to be as strict as he was when he was a child. The more he thought about the past, the more Chu Hen missed them. After the illusionary spirit bell was repaired, he would look for Long Qingyang and Long Xuanshuang and return home. Subsequently, Chu Hen didn't linger outside and directly returned to Tensei Prefecture. After returning, Chu Hen first looked at the rune technique in the field of spiritual arrays that Wen Hong had given him for 2 hours. Then he began to practice the Alcade chapter of the 7-star scripture until dawn. After that, he continued with his daily cultivation courses. However, on the 2nd day, the news of Chu Hen and the number 1 genius tattoo master in the imperial capital, Zhen Yi, using the rune technique, swept through the entire imperial capital like a storm. 1 spread to 10, 10 to 100, the heat of the Heaven List tournament continued, and Chu Hen's reputation once again soared to a higher level. Who was Zhen Yi? She was the niece of the only spiritual tattoo master in the Sacred Star dynasty, Zhen Danxian, and a disciple of the otherworldly spirit sect. After this battle, the people outside couldn't help but marvel at Chu Hen's attainments in the rune technique. However, no matter how chaotic the outside world was, Chu Hen, on the other hand, paid no attention to the outside world. Every day he did what he had to do and did not slack off in any of his cultivation. Winning once doesn't count as a skill. If you want to win, you'll win forever. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed quietly. Over the past 3 days, the amount of star power he had absorbed had become much denser. At this rate, it would take less than 2 months before the capacity of his dantian's sea of qi reached its limit. Whenever he had free time, Chu Hen would take out the handwritten notes that Yuda and Wen Hong had given him and flip through them. Because he was going to repair the illusory spirit bell, Chu Hen took the initiative to read Yu Da's notes about runes in the field of equipment refinement. After reading for a while, Chu Hen benefited a lot and sighed with emotion. On the morning of the 4th day, Chu Hen arrived at the Engraver Guild on time. Yuda and Wen Hong were already waiting there. Hee, Brother Chu Hen, you are here. Yuda smiled warmly. Brother Yu, Sister Wen Hong, I have already prepared the work beforehand. Come with me. Oh. Chu Hen's eyes lit up and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Then, under Yuda and Wen Hong's lead, the 3 of them passed through a luxurious hall and arrived at an open-air inner courtyard. This inner courtyard was especially spacious, like a public square. In this courtyard, there were a few high platforms. The high platforms were of different sizes, but they were all built in a very unique way. Brother Chu Hen, this is the rune platform used by the internal members of our guild. Generally, when it comes to equipment refinement, alchemy, and so on, they will carry out their exchanges here, Yuda explained as he brought Chu Hen to the front of a square high platform. Nearing the high platform, Chu Hen suddenly felt a scorching wave of air rushing towards him. He saw that every single brick that was used to build the high platform was crimson in color and was engraved with complicated runes and secret inscriptions. In the middle of the platform, there was a 2-meter-tall golden bell. This was the bell that he had bought from Old Man Lu 3 days ago. At this moment, on the surface of the golden bell, there were traces of soft golden light floating, and obscure energy fluctuations were continuously transmitted from the golden bell. About 4 meters above the golden bell, there was a ball of scorching red flames floating in the air. Inside the flame, there was a ball of colorful metal liquid. Brother Chu Hen, I have smelted all the materials and everything is ready. Later, we only need to engrave the runes on the bell and fuse the spirit of the illusionary spirit bell with the golden bell. Then it will be done. Yu Da's face revealed an excited smile. This was the first time he had repaired a treasure of the level of the illusionary spirit bell, so he was quite excited. Hee, Brother Chu Hen, you don't know, your brother Yu has been smelting those metal materials for you for 3 days and 3 nights. He only rested for an hour just now. This is the first time I have seen him work so hard. When Hong shook her head and smiled lightly. Brother Yu? Sigh. Yu Da waved his hand. Don't listen to this woman's nonsense. Look at me. Do I look like I have not rested for 3 days and 3 nights? Aren't I very energetic? You ate 2 vitality recovery pills. When Hong exposed the other party's secret again. You, go away. Don't talk nonsense here. Although Yuda looked energetic, if one looked closely, one could still see the red veins in his eyes. Chu Hen's heart was filled with gratitude, but he also felt somewhat apologetic. Brother Yu, I don't know what to say. It's okay. This is the first time Brother Chu Hen has asked me to do something. How can I be negligent? As they spoke, a middle-aged man in a silk robe walked over. Brother Chu Hen, let me introduce you. This is Zhu Tong, my good friend. Yuda pointed at the middle-aged man with Chu Hen. This man had thick eyebrows, big eyes, a square face, and a high nose. He exuded a steady aura, giving off a very reliable feeling. Chu Hen smiled and greeted politely. I am Chu Hen. Nice to meet Brother Zhu Tong. Brother Chu Hen, you are too polite. I have seen your performance in the Heaven List tournament. To be honest, if I didn't hear that you are repairing your spiritual equipment, I wouldn't even bother with you, Zhu Tong said. Oh. Chu Hen was slightly surprised. On the side, Yuda explained, Brother Chu Hen, in order to repair the illusionary spirit bell's power to the greatest extent, I've invited 3 other good friends to help me. I intend to set up the Big Dipper rune. Big Dipper rune? Chu Hen raised his eyebrows, a look of joy on his face. Chu Hen knew about the so-called Celestial Dipper rune. It was an extremely high-level rune technique, and its use was to allow the weapon spirit and the weapon body to achieve a more perfect compatibility. In the case of a new spiritual equipment like the illusionary spirit bell, compatibility was very important. The higher the compatibility, the more power the spiritual equipment could recover. On the other hand, the weaker the compatibility, the power of the repaired illusionary spirit bell would be far weaker than before. Initially, Yuda wanted to use the Earth Star rune to help Chu Hen repair the illusionary spirit bell. If it was successful, the illusionary spirit bell could recover at least 70% of its power. But if he used the Heaven Star rune, it could only recover 90%. However, the 2 types of runes were not on the same level. With Yu Da's attainments as a rank 8 spiritual rune master, he could complete the Earth Star rune by himself. But if it was the Heaven Star rune, he would need at least 4 high-level spiritual rune masters, and at least 2 rank 8 spiritual runes. Brother Yu, thank you. Chu Hen said gratefully. He did not want to owe Yuda a favor, but in the end he still did. Yuda patted his shoulder and said, I told you not to stand on ceremony with me. Slowly, more and more spiritual rune masters arrived at the inner courtyard. To many of the beginner and intermediate spiritual rune masters, it was a rare sight to see Yuda, Zhu Tong, and a few other high-level spiritual rune masters setting up the Heaven Star rune together. It would be beneficial if he could observe from the sidelines. And just at this moment, a rather familiar and beautiful figure appeared in Chu Hen's line of sight. With an arrogant face, he glanced at Chu Hen with some disdain. Then he sat down on a wide chair at the side of the long corridor in the inner courtyard. This person was none other than Zhen Yi, who had lost to Chu Hen the other day. Hee, I heard that the duel that night was very exciting. It's a pity that I wasn't there. Zhu Tong smiled. Chu Hen sniffled and shook his head. He did not say much. Time passed. Almost half of the spiritual rune masters from the guild had arrived. However, the other 2 spiritual rune masters that Yuda had mentioned were still not here. That's strange. Why aren't Zhu Ko and Nye Lin here yet? Zhu Tong frowned as he looked towards the entrance of the courtyard. Let's wait and see. They must have been delayed. When Hong said, Yu squinted his eyes, and a hint of gloominess could be seen between his brows. In the blink of an eye, another 15 minutes had passed. The crowd was getting impatient, but Yu De and the other 2 spiritual rune masters were still nowhere to be seen. What's going on? I'll go look for them, Zhu Tong said. There's no need. Yu De let out a long sigh of relief, and a profound look appeared in his eyes. They won't be coming. What? The few of them were shocked, but they quickly understood what was going on. They instinctively looked toward Zhen Yi, who was sitting on a chair at the side. Zhen Yi's expression was indifferent as she drank a cup of hot tea as if nothing had happened. She looked like she was watching a drama unfold. These 2 fellas don't care about our friendship at all. Zhu Tong was wrong about them. Zhu Tong cursed angrily. I don't blame them. Yu De shook his head. After all, no spiritual rune master in the capital dared to offend Zhen Danxian. It was understandable that the 2 of them did not dare to come. Chapter 329. What do we do now? Zhu Tong asked in a deep voice. What to do? This was a problem. Yu Da's brows were tightly knitted, but they were wrinkled like 2 dead silkworms. His eyes were filled with a dense gloominess as he stared at the golden bell on the stage with a heavy expression. Set up the ground energy mark. Chu Hen was the first to express his opinion. The owner was Chu Hen, so he had the most say. After all, this kind of matter was not Yu Da's problem at all. Chu Hen did not want to be entangled in this matter. However, the hesitation on Yu Da's face still did not disappear. But seeing that the other party did not speak, Zhu Tong could not help but ask, Don't tell me you've already prepared all the materials? As he spoke, Zhu Tong raised his head and looked at the ball of scarlet flame floating above the golden bell in the center of the stage. The restless ball of flame was like a bubble that wrapped around a ball of colorful metal liquid. Yuda! Yuda, you're really smart for a lifetime, but you're stupid for a moment. Zhu Tong was both angry and amused at the same time. You can't blame him for this. The materials he prepared were only enough to concoct a portion of spirit liquid to condense the heaven energy mark. The rest of them were unable to be used to concoct the ground energy mark. When Hong defended Yuda, she glanced at the 2 of them and said he didn't expect Zhu Ko and Nye Lin to go back on their words. From the conversation between the few of them, Chu Hen completely understood what was going on. In these 3 days, the materials that General Yu had prepared had been refined into the required amount. However, the materials needed for the heaven energy mark and the ground energy mark were different. If the earth energy mark was used to set up the heaven energy mark, there would be a situation where there was not enough power. And if the heaven energy mark was used to set up the ground energy mark, the energy would be too strong and it would cause a violent explosion. Yuda had already prepared all the supplementary materials that he needed. He was just waiting for everyone to arrive so that he could directly start setting up the heaven energy mark. After completing this last step, he could hand over the mission. But who would have thought that Zhen Yi would suddenly do something like this and immediately disrupt Yu Da's entire plan? Without extra materials, the ground energy mark would definitely not be able to set up. Without enough manpower, the Heavenly Dipper artifact mark could not even think about it. The situation suddenly became extremely awkward. They didn't know if they should go up or down. After pondering for a while, Yuta finally sighed helplessly and said, "Brother Chu Hen, I'm really sorry for making you rejoice for nothing. Give me a few more days. I'll fix it for you." "It's okay. Brother you don't have to blame yourself," Chu Hen replied calmly. At this critical juncture, the one who was most disappointed wasn't Chu Hen, but Yuta himself. After 3 sleepless days, he had finally prepared everything with great difficulty. Unfortunately, the east wind had stopped at this time, so he could only blame it on his bad luck. Not to mention the fact that he had wasted 40 to 50,000 yuan worth of rare and precious materials. Especially when his 2 friends stood him up, Yuta felt really upset. What a wasted trip. I still want to see how the Heavenly Dipper artifact grain is laid out. There's nothing to look forward to. Disperse, disperse. The surrounding rune masters chatted in low voices, and Zhan, he couldn't help but reveal a proud smile on her face. She thought to herself, since you dared to offend me, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Just as Yuta was about to remove the grain on the stage, Zhu Tong suddenly reached out and stopped him. "Wait a minute. What?" "It's not impossible to form the Heavenly Dipper artifact grain," Zhu Tong said and looked at Wen Hong on his right. "Wen Hong can substitute for one person." "Me?" Wen Hong's eyes widened as she replied in surprise. "I've never forged a weapon before, and I've never inscribed a grain on a weapon before. I'm not confident." "You don't need to inscribe the grain. You just need to help form the grain. Leave the grain to me," and Yuta raised his eyebrows. "You're saying that after she forms the grain, the 2 of us will take over control?" "That's right," Zhu Tong affirmed. "But even if I were to be added in, that would only be 3 high-level pattern masters. The Heavenly Dipper tool rune requires at least 4 high-level pattern masters to be able to." Before Wen Hong finished speaking, she paused, and then looked towards Chu Hen with astonishment. Yuta also came to a realization and looked at her. Chu Hen had the cultivation of a 5th-grade high engraving master. If they were put together, they could just barely give it a try. "Brother Chu Hen, what do you think?" Chu Hen understood and smiled. He didn't show any pressure. "Let's follow Brother Zhu Tong's suggestion." "Good, you're indeed bold." Zhu Tong was impressed by the other party's decisiveness. He continued, "To be honest, I don't have any confidence. I just don't want to waste Yuda's meticulous preparation. After all, wasting an opportunity is a waste. Why not take the risk?" Immediately, Zhu Tong explained his plan to the 3 of them in detail. A complete set of Heavenly Dipper artifact grain would require 600 high-level inscriptions and 400 intermediate inscriptions. Previously, Yuta had planned to split the number of runes equally among the 4 of them. However, Wen Hong and Chu Hen's cultivation was relatively low, so they had to be redistributed. "Yuta, you and I will control 200 high-level inscriptions and 100 intermediate inscriptions," Zhu Tong said solemnly. Yuta nodded, indicating that there was no problem. "Wen Hong, you'll need to control 100 high-level inscriptions and 150 intermediate inscriptions." "No problem. As for Brother Chu Hen, you'll also need to control 100 high-level inscriptions and 50 intermediate inscriptions." If it was someone else, Zhu Tong wouldn't have dared to do this. However, he had witnessed Chu Hen's abilities in the finals of the Heaven List tournament. At his level, controlling more than 100 runes was not a problem. "Hey, what's going on? Why are the 4 of them still talking about something?" When the inscriptionists who were about to leave saw Chu Hen and Yuta still discussing, they couldn't help but reveal puzzled expressions. Could it be that the 4 of them want to inscribe the Heavenly Dipper artifact grain? Who knows? Yuta and Zhu Tong are getting more and more exaggerated. It might be possible if all 4 of them were inscriptionists in the field of weapon forging. However, Wen Hong and Chu Hen are both proficient in the field of spirit arrays. Even if we're trying to save a dead horse, we can't do this. However, the four of them had solemn expressions and didn't seem to be trying to fool around. The crowd that was about to leave couldn't help but stay back out of curiosity. Chapter 330. How is it? Do the two of you have any more questions? In the inner court of the Tattoo Masters Association, after an hour of detailed discussion, Zhu Tong solemnly asked Chu Hen and Wen Hong. He wasn't worried about Yuda. After all, Yuda was the most experienced when it came to this kind of thing. As for Wen Hong, with her foundation as a 7th grade high-level engraving master, he believed that she would be able to understand it easily. The only thing that worried Zhu Tong was Chu Hen, who had almost no experience at all. I should be fine, Wen Hong replied. Chu Hen also nodded his head very seriously. We'll do our best. All right, let's go up the stage. The four of them looked at each other and nodded in unison. Then they ascended the crimson high platform one after another. When they saw Yuda, Zhu Tong, and the rest making a move, the surrounding inscriptionists were stunned. It's starting. F***CK, they're really trying to save a dead horse. Interesting. This is the first time I've seen such a situation. The crowd outside the stage was slightly restless, and many tattoo masters had a sneer on their faces. Until now, there had never been such a combination that successfully set up the Heaven Energy Tool Rune. Of course, there were also some who were looking forward to it. With Yuda and Zhu Tong's reputation, it wasn't impossible with their abilities. After the four of them ascended the high platform, they sat on the ground around the golden bell. Yuda sat on the east, Zhu Tong on the west, Wen Hong on the south, and Chu Hen on the north. Chu Hen heaved a deep sigh of relief. It was impossible to say he didn't feel pressured. After all, this was the first time he was trying to set up a tool rune. Although he was only assisting, he was still slightly nervous. It was a small matter if he failed. At most, he would just lose some face. He was afraid that there would be an accident during the process of setting up the tool rune, causing the power of the rune to backfire and injuring himself or others. This wasn't what Chu Hen wanted to see. Therefore, in the following steps, Chu Hen had to give it his all. Is everything ready? Yuda asked in a low voice. After all, Yuda was the center and he was the one giving the orders. No problem, Zhu Tong replied. Sure. Wen Hong replied. Chu Hen narrowed his eyes and nodded gently. Everything is ready. Very good. From now on, the three of you will have to listen to my instructions. The first step is to distribute the supplementary materials. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful Reiki energy swept out from Yuda's body and surged toward the red fireball above the golden bell. Under Yuda's control, the ball of flame quickly retracted, and the colorful metallic liquid inside was immediately exposed to the air. This blob of liquid was the essence extracted from many expensive metals. All the impurities had been smelted away, and it contained an extremely pure and powerful energy. Buzz. In the next instant, the ball of colorful metal spirit liquid split into 4 and turned into 4 balls of spirit liquid. Take your metal spirit liquids, Yuda said in a deep voice. Zhu Tong, Wen Hong, and Chu Hen understood and released their powerful Reiki energy to envelop the floating spiritual liquids. Yuda and Zhu Tong had the most spiritual liquids. Wen Hong had the second most, and Chu Hen had the least. But even so, Chu Hen could still very clearly sense the extremely restless energy that originated from that lump of metal spiritual liquid. It was restless like the magma inside a volcano. Next is to condense the metal spirit liquid into runes. Control the rhythm and be steady. Yuda said, Begin. The 4 of them were stunned. They each controlled a large amount of Reiki energy and turned the metal spirit liquid in front of them into dazzling runes. According to the previous assignment, Yuda and Zhu Tong had to complete 200 high-grade runes and 100 medium-grade runes respectively. Wen Hong had to complete 100 high-grade runes and 150 medium-grade runes. Although Chu Hen's task was the lowest, it only required 100 high-grade runes and 50 medium-grade runes. However, almost everyone's gazes were gathered on Chu Hen's body. To them, if there was a mistake, the first person to make would definitely be Chu Hen. What were the runes needed to form the Heaven Strength Tool rune? Chu Hen had a plan in his heart. The inheritance memory left by the first clan leader of St. Bell City, Lei Huan, contained knowledge in the fields of spiritual array, weapon crafting, and alchemy. Among them, there was an explanation about the Heaven Strength Tool rune. If one were to really talk about it in terms of understanding and knowledge of runes, Chu Hen would probably surpass the three of them. However, in terms of experience and level of attainment, there was still a big gap. Buzz, buzz. Dazzling runes appeared in the air in front of the four of them. According to Yu Da's estimation, it would be relatively easy for him, Zhu Tong, Zhu Ko, and Yelin to activate the runes. Now that Wen Hong and Chu Hen were in charge, the pressure on Yu Da and Zhu Tong had increased. Fortunately, the two of them were experienced in weapon crafting. With their skillful techniques, 200 high-grade runes and 100 medium-grade runes were completed very quickly. Wan Hong, who was a 7th-grade high-grade rune master, was not to be outdone. She completed her task rather easily. Subsequently, the three of them looked at Chu Hen in unison. In the next second, a clear voice was heard. Done. The three of them were stunned. Chu Hen's speed was actually not slower than theirs. Many of the onlookers were also surprised. From the beginning, they had been staring at Chu Hen without blinking. His steady technique and rhythm were not the slightest bit anxious. A bowl of water was held steadily. Yu De glanced at the runes that Chu Hen had created. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with them, he nodded his head in approval. Very good. The next step is the linking array. Zhu Tong, pay attention to the intensity of the Reiki energy. Don't let it scatter their energy. Don't think so badly of me. After completing the first step easily, Zhu Tong was much more relaxed. As for Wen Hong and Chu Hen, they did not dare to be careless. They started to control the Reiki energy and connected it to the other two people on their left and right. Thin silver lines appeared in the air and connected the runes floating in the air from head to tail. There were a total of 1,000 runes. Although they seemed to be connected randomly, in fact, the sequence was very strict and there was no room for mistakes. In the blink of an eye, the 1,000 runes that were floating in the air were connected. From afar, the dazzling scene looked like the stars in the night sky. The golden bell in the middle was like the moon in the middle of the stars. Brother Chu Hen summoned the weapon spirit. Yu Da's voice was filled with excitement. The hearts of the engraved inscriptionists who were watching from the sidelines shuddered. The most crucial part was about to come. Every step that followed would be extremely difficult. Buzz. In the air, there was a slight trembling sound of airwaves. An illusory image of a golden bell flew out from Chu Hen's body. Under the cautious gaze of the crowd, the weapon spirit of the illusionary spirit bell flew into the bell in front of it. Zung! In an instant, an extremely ear-piercing metallic sound was heard from the inside of the golden bell. An extremely restless and powerful force exploded from the inside of the golden bell. After all, it was not the body of the illusionary spirit bell. Once the two merged, there would definitely be a repulsion. The golden bell trembled nonstop as if it could explode at any time. However, just at this moment, Yu Da's eyes flashed with a sharp light. A strong spiritual force suddenly rose, and the dozens of runes floating above him flashed like flowing lights, pouncing towards a bell that was blooming with a rich golden light. Buzz! Buzz! As soon as the runes entered the golden bell, the restless force instantly calmed down. A wave of beautiful silver light flashed, and then a few dazzling and bright tool markings appeared on the wall of the bell. The gorgeous tool markings were like the ancient words inscribed on the bell, and they were dazzling and resplendent. After he finished inscribing the first tool marking, Yuda didn't stop in the slightest. He continued in one go and ceaselessly fused the runes he controlled into the golden bell. As they gazed at Yu Da's flawless inscription technique, everyone below the scene exclaimed in admiration. Perhaps these 4 people would really be able to set up the heavenly energy tool marking today. Yu Da's speed was extremely swift. He merely used less than half an hour to inscribe 200 high-rank runes and 100 intermediate-rank runes on the body of the bell. The process was smooth like flowing water, and it was extremely smooth. Zhu Tong, start inscribing the tool marking. Okay. Zhu Tong nodded. He immediately began to skillfully inscribe the runes on the body of the bell, and they turned into tool markings that emitted a silver glow. During the process of Zhu Tong inscribing the tool marking, Chu Hen and Wen Hong did not dare to let their guard down. They were still in their best condition. In less than half an hour, Zhu Tong also completed the inscription of the runes that he had mastered. As expected of the 2 golden signboards of our guild. They're really amazing. The crowd below the stage praised softly. It's true that Yu Da and Zhu Tong are amazing, but the other 2 are the key. That's right. Even if the last rune is inscribed wrongly, all the previous efforts will be in vain. The crowd conversed softly, and no one dared to make a ruckus. This was an unwritten rule among inscriptionists. They were not allowed to make a ruckus when others were setting up the rune inscription technique. After all, the consequences would be very serious if they were disturbed. Zhan Yi, who was sitting below the stage, looked coldly at the 4 people on the stage. She had expected them to reach this stage. The most intense moment was yet to come. Chapter 331. The next step is very important. Zhu Tong, Wen Hong, both of you prepare for the rune handover. You must control the rhythm. Yu Da's tone was filled with unprecedented caution. Okay. Zhu Tong nodded solemnly. The relaxed expression on his face disappeared and was replaced with caution. The so-called rune handover was to hand over the rune handover that Wen Hong had formed to Zhu Tong to control so that he could inscribe the tool inscription. The key to this step was that both of their Reiki energy had to be the same during the process of handover. If one side's Reiki energy was weaker, the stronger side would suppress it. If that was the case, the rune handover could easily be damaged. Once the rune handover was damaged, it would affect the whole thing. Buzz, buzz! Zhu Tong's Reiki energy and Wen Hong's Reiki energy merged together carefully. It was so gentle that it looked like 2 balls of light golden air. Wen Hong slowly removed the Reiki energy from the rune that she had formed. Zhu Tong connected the rune handover seamlessly and guided his Reiki energy into the rune handover. Very good, that's it. Zhu Tong comforted her softly. It was not the first time Wen Hong had done something like the talisman transfer. However, the talismans she had completed were all formation inscriptions in the spirit formation domain. Although Dao inscriptions and Dao inscriptions were inseparable, there was still quite a big difference between formation inscriptions and tool inscriptions in terms of essence. At this point, Wen Hong didn't dare to have the slightest bit of carelessness. The 2 of them moved step by step. The rune handover seemed to have passed through Wen Hong's hands and was carefully placed into Zhu Tong's hands. Time ticked by. This process was tense and long. The other rune inscriptionists who were watching from the side held their breaths. They did not even dare to blink. As more and more rune handover entered Zhu Tong's hands, the nervousness in Wen Hong's heart gradually dissipated. She became more familiar with the process. But seeing this situation, Big Yu could not help but nod his head. The development of the situation was much smoother than he had imagined. However, just as Wen Hong passed the last talisman to Zhu Tong, an accident happened. Wen Hong was unable to withdraw her Reiki energy in time, causing the Reiki energy between the 2 of them to rub against each other. It was just a seemingly light rub, but it caused the space on the platform to tremble. The final rune instantly dimmed, as though it was about to dissipate. Damn it! Zhu Tong's expression changed. Remove all your Reiki energy. Wen Hong's face turned pale, and she hurriedly withdrew her Reiki energy according to the other party's instructions. In this way, The energy of the entire heavenly energy weapon marking fell onto the bodies of Yu Da, Zhu Tong, and Chu Hen. The sudden and shocking change caused the bodies of the three of them to tremble violently. At the same time, an extremely restless and violent energy fluctuation leaked out from the golden bell. Buzz! Buzz! In an instant, the entire platform shook violently. The tool markings on the wall of the bell flickered, and the runes that had yet to fuse with the body of the weapon became extremely unstable. An extremely tense atmosphere filled the entire inner court. The hearts of the inscription masters who were watching from below were also stretched taut. All of them widened their eyes, and they did not even dare to breathe too loudly. The violent and overbearing energy became more and more piercingly cold and powerful. The ground was faintly trembling. The golden bell emitted a powerful light, and the shocking energy became more and more difficult to control. The entire series of events were closely linked. If any small detail went wrong, it would cause a huge change. Seeing that the heavenly energy rune handover was about to form a backlash, Yuda gritted his teeth and hardened his heart. The powerful Reiki energy of an 8th grade inscription master swept out like a tidal wave. Suppress! Along with Yuda's shout, a strange gray rune appeared out of nowhere on the surface of the platform. The gray rune directly flew above the golden bell and released a gray halo. The strange halo followed the top of the golden bell and shrouded the area below. Following that, the powerful energy surging within the golden bell was directly suppressed. While Yuda was using all his strength to suppress the huge energy turbulence, Zhu Tong had also completed the repair of the damaged rune before it dissipated. That was close. The four of them heaved a sigh of relief. The inscription masters who were watching from below also broke out in cold sweat for them. That sudden turn of events, just now, was truly thrilling. Fortunately, Yuda and Zhu Tong's reactions were fast enough. Otherwise, the consequences of the backlash from the heavenly energy rune would be unimaginable. "I'm sorry," Wenhong's face was as pale as paper. Her eyes were filled with panic and self-blame that had yet to fade. Her mistake just now had almost harmed four people. "Don't say any more. There's nothing for you to do now. You can leave first," Zhu Tong said in a low voice. It was clear that he was still dissatisfied with Wenhong's mistake. Wenhong clenched her fists and looked at Yuda. The latter nodded and gestured for Yuda to leave first. "Brother Chu Hen, can you still hold on?" Yuda asked. "Yes." Chu Hen replied solemnly. His deep eyes were filled with determination. Even though the situation just now was extremely unbearable, Chu Hen's state of mind was still as steady as a rock. He wasn't affected too much. "All right, Zhu Tong, carve the rune that Wenhong handed over into a tool rune." Yuda continued to give instructions. "Are you sure you want to continue?" Zhu Tong asked. "We've already come this far. There's no reason to give up. All right." Zhu Tong's brows were filled with seriousness and complexity. He immediately started to integrate the rune that Wenhong had formed into the golden bell and carve it into a tool rune. Compared to the smooth and familiar movements from before, Zhu Tong's speed was obviously much slower this time. In order to repair the damaged rune, Zhu Tong had used up a large amount of Reiki energy. In addition to that, he had completed the carving of the rune. He didn't have much Reiki energy left. 4 hours passed, and Zhu Tong finally completed his last stroke. Compared to before, the time he took was 3 times longer. "Yuda, I'm at my limit. It's all up to you now." When the last stroke of the tool rune was completed, Zhu Tong was panting heavily. His forehead was filled with sweat, and the aura he exuded was extremely weak. Yuda frowned. The severity of the situation was much greater than he had imagined. However, there were still the 100 high-grade runes and 50 mid-grade runes that Chu Hen had condensed. Only then would the matter be considered complete. "Help me with the 50 intermediate-grade runes," Yuda said in a low voice. If everything went smoothly, Yuda wouldn't need Zhu Tong's help. However, more than half of his Reiki energy was used to suppress the illusionary spirit Bell's weapon spirit. The accident just now had caused the illusionary spirit Bell's weapon spirit to break free from the tool rune. Once Yuda retracted his energy, all his previous efforts would be in vain. However, it was difficult for him to take care of both sides at this moment. Zhu Tong shook his head. I can't do it anymore. I can only take 30 intermediate grade runes. 30 it is then. Brother Chu Hen, pass the first 120 runes to me. Yuda then separated another strand of Reiki energy and prepared to pass it to Chu Hen's Reiki energy. However, when the two Reiki energy came into contact, the runes that Chu Hen had formed started to tremble violently. Yuda was shocked and quickly retracted his energy. No way. Zhu Tong shook his head and said regretfully, Yuda, don't force yourself. You're too weak. Below the stage, Wen Hong's expression changed again and again. The guilt in her eyes grew stronger. Prior to this, Yu Dabin had spent 3 days smelting those metal materials without taking a break. He thought that everything was ready, but who knew that the other 2 people that he had arranged to meet didn't come. He could only force Wen Hong and Chu Hen to fill in the gaps. However, if everything went smoothly, Yuda and Zhu Tong would be able to complete this difficult task in the form of rune handover. However, Wen Hong's mistake directly caused the situation to become difficult to move forward. Humph. Zhan Yi, who was sitting on the wide chair in the corridor, sneered. There was a hint of mockery between her brows. As expected, it was impossible for the 4 of them to complete the Heaven Energy tool rune. Brother Chu Hen, let's do it again. Yuda gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, Yuda, I advise you not to be stubborn. Zhu Tong stopped him and said, inscribing tool runes in a weakened state is a taboo for a rune master. As for Brother Chu Hen, we can only apologize. Under such circumstances, Zhu Tong was also thinking of the bigger picture. He knew that with his and Yu Da's condition, they had already completed the engraving of the remaining 150 runes. Since they knew that they would fail, it would be foolish to continue. At this moment, Chu Hen, who had been silent all this while, suddenly opened his mouth. Brother Yu, please point out the position for me. What? Point out the position? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Even Zhu Tong and Yu Da were stunned. Seeing the determination in Chu Hen's eyes, Yu Da's tightly knitted eyebrows lifted. Then he firmly nodded his head and said, Upper 3, 9 runes. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of Reiki energy rose from Chu Hen's body. Under the surprised gazes of everyone present, the 9 runes under Chu Hen's control flew towards the golden bell and fused into it. Buzz, buzz. Chapter 332. This, looking at the dazzling tool markings that appeared on the wall of the bell, the expressions of everyone present completely changed. All the inscriptionists at the side looked at each other, and all of them saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. Chu Hen actually wanted to complete the last 150 runes by himself. On and off the stage, even Zhu Tong and Wen Hong were taken aback. Under the surprised gazes of everyone present, Chu Hen completed the inscription of the 9 runes without any pressure. On the wall of the bell, the beautiful tool markings blossomed with a resplendent luster. All right, Yuda couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, his eyes surging with joy. For on the right, 7 runes! Immediately, Chu Hen controlled the Reiki energy and fused the next 7 runes into the golden bell. Chu Hen's speed wasn't fast. It could be said to be extremely slow, but it was very steady. The tool markings on the golden bell were like a snail crawling, gradually extending and unfolding. Looking at the scene before them, the surrounding people were all extremely surprised. This kid is really amazing. Up until now, I've never seen a grade 5 high-rank inscription master that can inscribe this heavenly dipper tool marking. There's hope of success. That might not be the case. There are 100 high-grade runes and 50 intermediate runes. It's a huge challenge for the consumption of Reiki energy. What a rune this is to him, it's a little forceful. Everyone discussed in low voices, and on the other side, Zhen Yi's gaze was slightly cold. Her lightly knitted brows faintly emitted a hint of coldness. Let's see how long you can hold on for. Don't think that the Heavenly Dipper tool marking can be set up so easily. Time passed minute by minute. Yu pointed at the correct position, and Chu Hen inscribed the tool markings. The two of them slowly moved forward in this manner. This feeling was like a snail crawling on the edge of a cliff. Not only was it slow, it could fall down at any time and shatter into pieces. Very quickly, the day receded and night descended. No one in the inner courtyard left, and no one's gaze moved away from the high platform. The bright and dazzling runes were especially dazzling in the dim and hazy night. The patterns that covered the surface of the golden bell were like silver arcs of lightning, mysterious and eye-catching. Everyone's heartstrings were stretched taut, and Chu Hen was even more focused. According to Yu Da's instructions, Chu Hen tried his best to complete the tool pattern that others thought was difficult to complete. In the blink of an eye, the night flew by. When the sky turned bright, Chu Hen was in the middle of inscribing the last tool mark. Under normal circumstances, Yu Da, Zhu Tong, and the rest would have completed the task in less than half an hour. However, when it came to Chu Hen, it took him more than 10 hours. Even so, there was only praise and admiration in everyone's hearts. Only the last tool pattern was left. However, Chu Hen was struggling to move forward. His handsome face had already turned pale, and the aura he emitted was extremely weak. He gave off the feeling that he was like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. Yu Da, Zhu Tong, Wenhong, and the rest all had solemn expressions on their faces. Their brows were tightly furrowed, and their faces were filled with anxiety. They couldn't wait to help Chu Hen complete the last stroke. However, under such circumstances, no one could help him. "Brother Chu Hen, do your best." Yu clenched his fists tightly as he cheered him on in his heart. However, from the beginning, Chu Hen had been stuck on the last tool pattern for almost 2 hours straight. His consciousness felt like it was being suppressed by a towering mountain. Chu Hen felt his eyelids become extremely heavy and his head was spinning. All he wanted to do was close his eyes and take a nap. However, he knew that once he gave up, all his previous efforts would be wasted. All the hard work he had done before would be in vain. Suddenly, the morning sun shone through the thick clouds and onto the vast land. The dazzling sacred light shone on the side of Chu Hen's determined face. His pale face was faintly translucent. The corners of Chu Hen's eyes turned cold as he gritted his teeth. Like a torrent that had been suppressed for a long time, he suddenly erupted. Done! In the next instant, the last tool pattern that had been frozen for almost 2 hours unfolded on the wall of the bell. The bright silver light was like the light of a shooting star, piercing through the night sky. In an instant, everyone's eyes widened and their jaws dropped. Yu Da, Zhu Tong, and Wenhong raised their eyebrows as their eyes shone with a bright light. Success! So beautiful. Brother Chu Hen, good job. Dong. Following that, an extremely loud and clear bell chime sounded from the platform. An invisible and powerful sound wave rippled out in all directions, causing the ground to shake violently. Everyone's eardrums hurt and their minds were shaken. The heavenly spirit tool patterns on the golden bell flickered like lightning, emitting an incomparably bright light. A vast and mighty aura exploded from the golden bell, causing a piercingly cold gale to rise. The dust on the ground was swept away. What a shocking aura! As expected of a top 50 spiritual weapon. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, the beautiful tool patterns on the bell quickly faded. The light patterns gradually dimmed, and the aura it emitted was also withdrawn. In the end, it returned to a deep metallic hum. A new generation of illusionary spirit bells was born into the world. Brother Chu Hen, are you all right? Big Yu's figure moved, and he flashed to Chu Hen's side. Then he took out a red pill and handed it over. Recovery pill. It can quickly recover exhausted energy. Thank you, Brother Yu. Chu Hen's face was filled with gratitude. He accepted the energy replenishing pill and swallowed it. Whoosh! As the energy replenishing pill entered his stomach, a refreshing feeling spread through his body. Chu Hen's mind shook, and his eyes became clear. The dizziness he felt just now immediately returned to him. The discomfort in his body was swept away in the blink of an eye. Chu Hen let out a long sigh of relief, and his eyes regained their vigor. This energy replenishing pill is indeed amazing. Hee. The energy replenishing pill has no other uses. Its only benefit is that it can relieve fatigue. I'll give you some next time. Yuda laughed. Zhu Tong and Wen Hong, who had returned to the stage, walked over. Haha, little brother Chu Hen, you've really given us an unexpected surprise. They had thought that there was no hope of success, but who would have thought that Chu Hen would be as tenacious as a snail and last till the end? At this moment, there was no one who didn't exclaim in admiration. Yu patted Chu Hen's shoulder, and Chu Hen stood up and walked to the illusionary spirit bell. The dark gold body of the bell looked like it was made of bronze, and the crisscrossing runes looked like ancient characters. Chu Hen reached out and touched the sturdy wall of the bell. A faint warmth flowed through his fingertips, and a strange energy flowed into his body, as if they were connected by blood. Buzz, buzz. Along with the lively energy waves, a familiar affinity was released from the illusionary spirit bell. Brother Chu Hen, you've recovered at least 90% of your strength. When the weapon spirit and the body slowly merge, I believe that you will be able to recover to your original strength. Yuda said. Chu Hen nodded. Brother Yu, Sister Wen Hong, Brother Zhu Tong, I don't know how to thank you. You don't have to thank me. Zhu Tong waved his hand. Yuda invited me here. I'll ask him for a reward when the time comes. Wen Hong was still apologetic. You don't have to thank me. I almost screwed things up. Sister Wen Hong, don't blame yourself. No one can say for sure about this kind of thing. How can you not wet your shoes if you often walk by the river? That's right. Yuda chimed in as well, and he said, in our profession as inscription masters, how can we take a single mistake to heart? You don't have to worry about it. Hearing the two of them comforting her, the grudge in Wen Hong's heart disappeared. The successful repair of the illusionary spirit bell inevitably caused the other inscriptionists who had been accompanying them for the entire day to sigh. The face of the instigator of this matter, Zhen Yi, was covered in a thick layer of frost. He originally thought that by stopping the two high-level inscriptionists, he would be able to ruin the plans of Yuda and Chu Hen. Who would have thought that this combination would actually be able to complete such a powerful talisman technique like the Heavenly Energy Tool rune? Because of this, Chu Hen's fame would once again rise to another level. After communicating with Yuda, Zhu Tong, and Wen Hong, Chu Hen took the illusionary spirit bell and left the guild. According to the guild's price, Chu Hen needed to pay Yuda around 100,000 high-grade origin crystal stones as compensation for repairing the illusionary spirit bell. Of course, it could be imagined that Yuda wouldn't accept Chu Hen's origin crystal stones and directly refused. Because of the contact during these past few days, the relationship between Chu Hen, Yuda, and Wen Hong had become much closer. Putting aside whether Yuda's original objective was to rope Chu Hen in, just based on Chu Hen's wholehearted help in repairing the illusionary spirit bell, it was sufficient to show that Chu Hen was a person worth befriending. After leaving the guild, Chu Hen directly returned to Tensei Prefecture. Chu Hen's mood was still extremely good, as the repair of the illusionary spirit bell had allowed him to have another trump card. A treasure ranked in the top 50 of the spirit weapon rankings was absolutely not an ordinary treasure. Today was the day that instructor Shilan was teaching. After returning to the academy, Chu Hen went straight to the maple forest stake. The enrollment had already begun, and a portion of the new students had already been arranged to enter the academy. The injection of these new blood filled Tensei Prefecture with a vigorous vitality. As the champion of the double role battle, Chu Hen was now the focus of attention wherever he went. Along the way, there was no lack of admiring gazes and excited exclamations. After a moment, Chu Hen arrived at the maple forest stake. The morning sun shone warmly on his body, and the familiar environment slowly appeared in Chu Hen's sight. Thinking about what new content instructor Shilan would teach today, Chu Hen couldn't help but quicken his pace. Soon, Chu Hen saw Li Hui, Zhou Lu, Hiqing Yuan, and the other students from Shilan's team. However, to his surprise, the atmosphere today seemed a little strange. Chapter 333. What's wrong with you guys? When Chu Hen arrived at the maple forest stumps, he saw Li Hui, Zhou Lu, Hiqing Yuan, and the rest of the students from Shilan's team looking lifeless. He couldn't help but reveal a confused expression. Lu Yu's eyes were red, as though she had just cried. "Where's Mentor Shilan?" Chu Hen asked. "Senior brother Chu Hen, Mentor Shilan. She left the academy." Li Hui sobbed, his voice filled with sadness and sorrow. "What?" Chu Hen's eyes widened, and he was greatly shocked. "Teacher left? Where did she go?" "Back to where she came from." Ji Xian, who had a gloomy expression, walked over and threw a letter to Chu Hen. "This is what Mentor left for you." Ta! Chu Hen unhesitatingly grabbed the letter in his hand and opened it with a bit of excitement. Then a few lines of beautiful and lively words appeared in front of his eyes. "Chu Hen, forgive Mentor for leaving without saying goodbye. I don't belong here. 5 years ago, my younger brother, whom I depended on since young, died in an accident. I was disheartened and wandered here just to forget the pain of the past. You have too much of him in you. Many times when I was with you, I felt that Shichin was standing beside me. In the beginning, I did treat you as him. But later on, I understood that you will never be Shichin. You are only Chu Hen. I'm glad to have spent more than a year with you. It's also because of you that I walked out of the shadow of Shichin's departure. It's time for me to return to where I came from. We will definitely meet again in the future. Mentor has always believed that this small sacred star empire won't be able to trap you. Finally, I wish you the rock will soar with the wind and soar for 90,000 miles. Shilan wrote it personally. Looking at the last 4 words, Shilan wrote it personally. Chu Hen's arm trembled, and he clutched the letter tightly in his hand. When did Mentor leave? This morning. Ji Xian replied coldly. Xiao. His voice hadn't finished resounding in the air when a violet light flashed before everyone's eyes along with an extremely rapid gust of wind. In the next instant, Chu Hen had already transformed into a wisp of a shadow and vanished into the horizon. In the sky above the imperial capital, Chu Hen's speed was as fast as lightning, like a meteor chasing after the moon. The power of the purple shadow wings was unleashed to the extreme. The resplendent light wings flickered with a crystalline luster. Chu Hen flew at full speed, heading out of the city. Who dares to fly in the capital? When they arrived at the city gate, the guards on the city wall shouted angrily and drew their bows. The corners of Chu Hen's eyes turned cold, but he paid no attention to them. Like a flowing light shuttle that had been traveling for thousands of years, he directly flew over everyone's heads. Before the guards on the city wall could fire their arrows, a chaotic gust of wind blew past, and Chu Hen left them looking up at his back. Everyone couldn't help but rub their heads and look at each other. It seems to be Chu Hen. What should we do? Should we report this to the chief? What report? Don't you know that the Prince Regent went to take a walk with Chu Hen that night? Just guard your city gate obediently. Just turn a blind eye to it. The news that Chu Hen and Huang Fuqing were on good terms had already spread throughout the city a few days ago. There were even people who personally saw the two of them strolling by the lake in the center of the city in the evening. With Huang Fuqing's status and identity, not to mention Chu Hen flying above the capital. Even if he were to randomly fly in the palace, the guards would probably turn a blind eye. After leaving the imperial capital, Chu Hen didn't stop for even a moment. His clothes fluttered in the rapid gust of wind. A faint sadness surged in Chu Hen's increasingly profound eyes. Over the past year, every bit of kindness that Xilan had shown him surged in his heart. Chu Hen suddenly recalled the conversation he had with Xilan in the maple forest the day before the Six Nation Heaven List tournament. The red maple leaves were like butterflies in the wind, and Xilan sat under the maple tree like an otherworldly fairy. At that time, Xilan seemed a little unusual. Chu Hen especially remembered that Xilan said something very seriously to him at that time. "Promise me that you will come back safely." Behind that sincere gentleness, there was a trace of sadness of impending parting. Now it seemed that Xilan had already planned to leave at that time. However, since the Heaven List tournament was imminent, she did not want Chu Hen to be distracted. At the same time, she was also waiting for Chu Hen to fulfill his promise to come back safely. That was why she had delayed her return until now. Just like when Chu Hen was recuperating after the tournament, every time Xilan came to visit him, she would bring a pure white magnolia. She would bring the new magnolia and take the old magnolia away. Perhaps it was a hint. Although Chu Hen had many opportunities to notice Xilan's unusual behavior, he did not think too much about it. Now that Xilan had suddenly left, Chu Hen was taken by surprise. "Teacher, please let me personally say goodbye to you." Chu Hen's eyes flashed with a resolute light. He couldn't help but increase his speed once again. 4 hours passed in a row, and Chu Hen flew several hundred kilometers at high speed. Although he was only flying close to the ground and jumping at a low altitude, Chu Hen's true essence was being consumed at an extremely rapid speed. Chu Hen clenched his teeth, enduring his increasingly weak physical strength, and still stubbornly chased after her. If he could not say goodbye to Xilan, Chu Hen would be unworthy of her kindness. However, this seemed to be destined to become a great regret for Chu Hen. Bam! Chu Hen, who had been madly running for several hundred kilometers, was unable to circulate a mouthful of inner qi due to his lack of physical strength. He staggered and directly fell down. He rolled a few times on the ground and fell with his face covered in dirt. Because of the inscription of the heavenly energy rune on the illusionary spirit bell, Chu Hen had consumed a lot of his physical strength. Even if he had consumed the origin recovery pill, the pill was only a pill after all. It could not continuously replenish the body, and Chu Hen had madly run for so long without stopping. It was enough to exhaust his true essence. Chu Hen sat up from the ground with great difficulty. His chest rose and fell violently as he panted heavily. His originally pale face was now completely devoid of blood. Looking at the lush and endless winding mountains and rivers, Chu Hen frowned. He raised his right fist and fiercely smashed it onto a rock behind him. Bam! A heavy, muffled sound exploded, and densely packed cracks spread out on the rock. At the same time, red blood flowed out from between Chu Hen's fingers. In this punch, Chu Hen did not use the slightest bit of inner strength or true essence. It was purely a subconscious action in a fit of pique. Suddenly, a gentle wind blew through the forest, lifting up the fallen leaves on the ground. "You can't be so childish." A delicate and mellow voice entered Chu Hen's ears. Chu Hen was startled and hurriedly raised his head. He saw that a dozen meters in front of him, a tall and slender figure suddenly appeared in his line of sight. This was a beautiful woman with long purple hair. She had an absolutely beautiful appearance and an elegant and otherworldly temperament. She was beautiful and moving. Mentor. Chu Hen's eyes lit up, and his face revealed a deep surprise. Shilan looked at him, shook her head lightly and sighed. Then she slowly walked towards Chu Hen and then knelt beside him. Her fair and slender, jade-like hands gently held onto Chu Hen's right hand that was dripping with blood. Then she took out an exquisite jade bottle. She removed the stopper and poured some light green powder onto the other's wound. Shilan's movements were very light, and her gentle and beautiful eyes were suffused with shallow ripples. Chu Hen's heartstrings couldn't help but tremble slightly, and he couldn't help but clench his fist. "Does it hurt?" Shilan's beautiful eyes lifted slightly, and she looked at him. Chu Hen shook his head. "Mentor, were you waiting for me here?" Shilan didn't answer, which was considered as a tacit agreement. She originally wanted to leave without looking back, but the moment she stepped out of the capital, she realized that she had an undeniable bond with someone in this city. And she also knew that Chu Hen would definitely chase after her. "Hiss!" Shilan tore a corner of her dress, and then simply bandaged Chu Hen's palm. "You still came after all." Shilan's red lips moved slightly. "If I don't say goodbye to you personally, how can I be worthy of your care for more than a year?" Chu Hen said solemnly. Shilan's eyes rippled slightly, and she gently tied the bandage. "Didn't I leave a letter for you? It didn't say where you're going. How am I supposed to find you in the future?" Chu Hen didn't try to persuade her to stay, because he knew that this really wasn't a place where Shilan should stay. Shilan gazed at him and spoke in a gentle voice. "The Thousand Crane Sect." "The Thousand Crane Sect?" Chu Hen was slightly stunned. "Is that the sect you're from?" "Yes." "All right. I'll definitely go to the Thousand Crane Sect to look for you in the future." Chu Hen clenched his fists while a resolute glow flickered in his eyes. Even though he didn't even know where the Thousand Crane Sect was. Shilan grinned and stood up. "It's time for me to go." Screech! A majestic white eagle flew over from afar and circled in the sky above them. Chu Hen stood up as well, and a trace of reluctance flashed through his eyes. "Take care, Mentor." In the end, all the reluctance and gratefulness in his heart transformed into these words. No matter what, at least he said goodbye in person. Shilan stretched out her hand and patted away the grass and leaves that stuck to Chu Hen's body, and her beautiful eyes were filled with gentleness. "Take care of yourself as well. I really look forward to our next meeting." As soon as she finished speaking, Shilan and Chu Hen gave each other a simple hug. Chu Hen's eyes turned slightly red, and then he watched as Shilan climbed onto the back of the white eagle. Along with a resounding eagle cry, her beautiful figure gradually flew further and further away. "At least I said goodbye personally." Chu Hen muttered to himself in a low voice. Chapter 334. At night, in the imperial capital, in a luxurious manor that was decorated magnificently. If it was in the past, this manor would definitely be filled with music every night, wine and meat. However, in the past few months, this place had been strangely silent. A candle lit up the spacious room. A young woman with beautiful features and a noble temperament stood quietly by the window, staring at the scenery outside in a daze. On the bed in the room, a young man was lying. This person was none other than Wei Qingfan. Compared to the past high-spirited and arrogant young man, Wei Qingfan looked especially dispirited at this moment. He had just recovered from his serious injuries, and his face was still a little pale. He stared blankly at the door of the room like a wooden man. At this moment, the noble young lady turned to look at Wei Qingfan on the bed and said, "If you don't say anything, I'm going to leave." You had been here for a few days. However, Wei Qingfan had been silent and did not say anything. In the beginning, you could still tolerate it, but after a while, she somewhat lost her patience. Wei Qingfan's eyes moved slightly and he looked at her. "You're regretting it." "Regret what?" What do you think I regret?" Now, in the entire capital, even 3-year-old children worship that Chu Hen, right? "Miss Yi, don't you regret abandoning him?" A cold smile appeared on Wei Qingfan's face. The champion of the Earth list, the champion of the Heaven list, and even the genius inscriptionist who had just returned from the otherworldly spirit sect was defeated by Chu Hen a few days ago. It was even rumored that Princess Huangfu Qing personally came to look for Chu Hen to go for a walk. Recently, the entire capital seemed to have been swept by the Chu Hen storm, and everyone in the Sacred Star Dynasty did not know the name of Chu Hen. However, Wei Qingfan was lying on the ground like a cripple. The gap between the two of them had undergone an incomparably huge transformation in just over a year's time. Yi Yu clenched her fists lightly, slightly pursed her red lips, and replied coldly, "You think too much." "Hee, is that so?" The smile on Wei Qingfan's face grew colder and colder. It was so cold that Yi Yu felt it was extremely unfamiliar. The former's eyes turned cold, and his tone was frivolous. "Take off your clothes." "What did you say?" Yi Yu's expression changed. "Don't you understand? I told you to take off all your clothes." Wei Qingfan got off the bed, her eyes revealing a sinister coldness. "I spent so many resources on you. You should give me something in return. If you still want to get some benefits from me, you'll have to serve me well tonight." Looking at the slowly approaching Wei Qingfan, panic appeared on Yi Yu's face. At this moment, Wei Qingfan looked so unfamiliar to her. Or perhaps this was his true face. "What do you want to do? Don't come near me." "Humph, bitch." Wei Qingfan's eyes were full of mockery. "I'll give you one last chance. Take off all your clothes, kneel on the ground, and crawl in front of me. Otherwise, not only will you not be able to stay in the capital, but your Yi family in Raging Rain City will also not have a good ending." Yi Yu was a little flustered, her face full of anxiety. However, the more she was like this, the happier Wei Qingfan laughed. At this moment, in his eyes, Yi was nothing more than a plaything. He stepped forward and pressed down on her shoulder, his face full of malevolence. "Hee, I should have been more straightforward. What right do you, bitch, have to act like a tsundere in front of me? Do you think you're worthy of giving me face? Who do you think you are?" After saying that, Wei Qingfan was about to tear off her clothes. Yi Yu turned pale with fright, pushed him away, and scolded coldly, "Wei Qingfan, you trash! You dare to scold me?" Wei Qingfan's face was livid. "Humph, so what if I scold you?" Yi Yu was also furious, pointing at him and scolding. "Didn't you ask me if I regret it? That's right, I regret it. To tell you the truth, I've already looked for Chu Hen, and he's already forgiven me. He said that if you dare to touch me, he'll make you wish you were dead." Every sentence was heavy, and every word was heart-wrenching. Wei Qingfan was dumbfounded by Yi Yu's scolding. "Be asterisk, T-Seed, you're begging him again?" "That's right. I'm here to tell you not to pester me in the future, or else Chu Hen will not let you off." After saying that, Yi Yu directly rushed out of the door, hurriedly escaping from this place. "Bitch, stop right there." Hearing Wei Qingfan's furious voice behind her, Yi Yu was both angry, sorrowful, and ashamed. She really did not expect that there would be a day when she would have to use Chu Hen's name to scare Wei Qingfan away. All this was retribution. Wei Qingfan failed to catch up with Yi Yu, and was so angry that he kept smashing things in the room. Everything that could be smashed was smashed into pieces. However, Chu Hen, who left in the morning, did not return until the evening. The bustling night street was especially prosperous, with people coming and going and bright lights. Shilan's departure made Chu Hen feel a sense of emptiness in his heart. However, since he knew where she had gone, it meant that he could go to her at any time in the future, which was also a kind of comfort. Just at this moment, a familiar and delicate figure suddenly appeared in Chu Hen's line of sight. "Xiao Yao!" Chu Hen raised his eyebrows and saw that on the street, dozens of meters ahead, Yi Yao was constantly looking around and asking questions in the crowd, as if she was looking for someone. Chu Hen was just about to go over to find her, but Yi Yao hurriedly left in the direction pointed by a passerby. What is this girl looking for? Chu Hen's face revealed a confused expression. Looking at her appearance, she seemed to be quite anxious. After a little hesitation, Chu Hen followed behind Yi Yao. About a moment or so, Chu Hen followed Yi Yao to an imposing manor. The gate of the manor was half open, and the bright light inside could be vaguely seen. This should be the place where Wei Qing Fan, that bastard, lives. I wonder if my sister will be here? Yi Yao paced back and forth at the gate, biting her small lips with her silver teeth, and her cute little face was full of hesitation. After a moment of hesitation, a trace of determination flashed in Yi Yao's eyes. Then he stepped into the manor. When seeing Yi Yao enter the manor, Chu Hen's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was some deep meaning surging between his eyebrows. It seemed that Yi was missing, and Yi Yao was worried about her, so she ran out to look for her at night. Just as Chu Hen was about to sneak in quietly, he saw a slightly hurried figure coming from the outside. Chapter 335. In the evening, Chu Hen, who had just returned to the imperial capital, unintentionally discovered an anxious Yi Yao who had been tailing him all the way here. Seeing Yi Yao enter the luxurious manor by herself, just as Chu Hen was about to sneak in, he saw another figure that seemed to be in a hurry walk-in from the outside. Coincidentally, that figure also saw Chu Hen, and his expression changed drastically. His eyes filled with shock. Chu Hen, what are you doing here? Ha, so it's Wei Qingfan's lackey. The other party was none other than Wei Qingfan's personal attendant, Wei Han. Swish! As soon as he finished speaking, the air trembled slightly, and in the next instant a powerful, ice-cold palm directly grabbed Wei Han's throat. The latter turned pale with fright, his face filled with deep terror. Don't kill me, I beg you. What, weren't you so arrogant before? Now you're acting like a coward? A playful smile appeared on Chu Hen's face. When he had first arrived in the imperial capital and participated in the newcomers' martial competition, Wei Han had secretly tailed Chu Hen and tried to kill him. Fortunately, the Heavenly Star 5 Mansions instructor, Song Qinglai, had stopped him in time, and Chu Hen had narrowly escaped death. Things were different now, and the current Chu Hen was not someone Wei Han could shake. Receiving Chu Hen's ice-cold gaze, Wei Han had a pleading look on his face. Chu Hen, young Master Chu Hen. No, Master Chu Hen, I'm only working for my young master. I don't dare to disobey his orders. Ha ha! I really wonder what kind of expression Wei Qingfan will have when he hears you say such words. I'll ask you something now. If you tell me honestly, I'll let you off today. Otherwise, humph. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything I know. What's Wei Qingfan's goal in getting close to the Yi family sisters? From the very beginning, Chu Hen did not think that Wei Qingfan was pursuing Yi Yu because he liked her. Although Yi Yu was a natural beauty, there were many women in the imperial city who were better than her. How could a proud and arrogant person like Wei Qingfan be willing to blindly sacrifice? This. Wei Han hesitated. I'll give you to the count of 3. I don't have time to chat with you here, Chu Hen replied coldly. Wei Han's expression panicked. He gritted his teeth and said, My young master needs to borrow the power of Yi Yu's lunar battle body, bloodline to dual cultivate with his scorching sun battle body, and achieve the limits of the yin-yang profound body, bloodline. Yin-yang profound body? Chu Hen frowned. Can it be done? No, I don't know. But it's said that one of our ancestors succeeded before. Humph. So that Wei Qingfan wanted to use Yi. No wonder he was trying so hard to please her. Chu Hen sneered indifferently. He was afraid that after Wei Qingfan finished using the other party, Yi Yu would inevitably be abandoned. However, this woman was also very arrogant. With her personality, she probably wouldn't easily agree to Wei Qingfan's request unless she obtained what she truly wanted. In that case, Yi Yu's disappearance was most likely related to this matter. Is Yi Yu inside? Chu Hen asked in a low voice. Yes, sir. Wei Han replied with a slightly panicked tone. Now that he had exposed Wei Qingfan's secret, it was likely that there would be no place for him in the imperial city in the future. Very good answer. According to the agreement, I'll spare your life. Bam. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Hen raised his hand and slapped it on the other party's chest. Wei Han spat out a mouthful of blood and rolled out like a sandbag. He raised his head and looked at Chu Hen with a gaze filled with deep fear and dread. A cold light flashed in Chu Hen's eyes, and without another word, he followed Wei Han into the manor. He couldn't care less about Yi Yu's life or death, nor did he want to care. However, towards a kind-hearted girl like Yi Yao, who was like a younger sister, Chu Hen couldn't just watch as she fell into danger. Sister, are you here? The huge manor was empty, and Yi Yao couldn't help but feel a little afraid. However, when she thought about how Yi Yu hadn't returned for a few days, she braced herself and walked towards the inner courtyard. A gust of cold wind blew past, and Yi Yao couldn't help but shrink her head. Hee, little Yao, you're here? Right at this moment, a strange voice startled Yi Yao. Are you trying to scare me to death? Yi Yao glared fiercely at Wei Qingfan, who was standing outside the door, and said, Where's my sister? Is she here? Wei Qingfan's smile was a little sinister, and he said in a light tone, Of course, but she went out and will be back soon. You can wait for her in the living room. With that, Wei Qingfan turned around and entered the living room first. Yi Yao frowned slightly and pursed her lips. She thought for a moment and said, No, I'll wait for her here. What? Are you afraid that I'll eat you up? Wei Qingfan's eyes revealed a faint coldness. Buffed, who's afraid of you? Yi Yao replied snappily. Oh, right, you left something for you. She said that if you came, I should pass it to you. Something? Yi Yao's bright eyes darted around as she pondered for a moment in a daze. Then she continued walking forward. The corners of Wei Qingfan's lips curled into a smug smile when he saw Yi Yao walking over. But just as she was about to step through the door, Yi Yao suddenly stopped. Wait, you said that my sister went out and would be back soon. Now you're saying that she left something for me? Since she's coming back, why would she leave something for me? Hee, little Yao, you're getting smarter. With a sinister smile, Wei Qingfan's eyes suddenly revealed a murderous glint. He directly rushed forward, pressed down on Yi Yao's shoulder, and pushed her against the wall. Yi Yao turned pale with fright, and her pretty face instantly turned pale. Wei Qingfan, let go of me. My sister won't let you off. Hee. Wei Qingfan laughed especially proudly, and his bloodshot eyes were filled with a sinister light. A slut ran away, and a better one came. There's not a moment when I don't want to sleep with you sisters. Crazy, Wei Qingfan, you bastard. You're crazy. I'm not crazy. Hee. I realize that you're more attractive than your sister. I believe that your bloodline boundary is purer than that slut's. After putting in so much effort, it's time for me to collect some interest today. That slut Yi Yu doesn't know how to appreciate favors, so I'll take it from you. Ha! Wei Qingfan laughed wantonly, and then he began to tear her clothes. Yi Yao was extremely flustered. In a hurry, she recalled the 2 high-grade talismans that Chu Hen gave her. But just as she took them out, Wei Qingfan raised his hand and slapped them away. Humph, smelly girl, I won't let you escape again. At this moment, Wei Qingfan was like a savage wolf. Hiss! The dress on Yi Yao's shoulder was directly torn, and a piece of snow-white tender skin was exposed to the air. Yi Yao was so frightened that she hurriedly covered her chest with her hands. Wei Qingfan's blood boiled, and his face was ferocious. He was abnormally excited. Yi Yao struggled with all her might, but in front of Wei Qingfan, she had no ability to resist at all. Tears kept rolling in her eyes, and her pitiful appearance made one's heart ache. But the more she was like this, the more Wei Qingfan's bestial nature swelled. With an evil smile on his face, he extended his hand toward the private parts of Yi Yao's chest. However, at this moment, an extremely terrifying force suddenly erupted from Yi Yao's body. Boom! In an instant, the aura that Yi Yao emitted became abnormally cold. Wei Qingfan was shocked, and his body suddenly trembled. In the next instant, he saw that Yi Yao's bright, watery eyes suddenly surged with a strange black and white light. The black and white light transformed into two strange yin-yang fishes that rotated head to tail. Yi Yao's originally clear eyes seemed to have transformed into a pair of strange eyes that resembled a yin and yang diagram. Endless demonic energy spread in all directions, and a powerful force that was comparable to a torrent whizzed out and solidly struck Wei Qingfan's body. Boom! The terrifying impact surged down like a mountain, and space shook violently. Wei Qingfan was directly sent flying, smashing through several stone pillars in a row and heavily falling to the ground. Crisscrossing cracks spread out in all directions with Yi Yao's feet as the center. Bricks and tiles flew, and rubble flew everywhere. In the blink of an eye, even the entire courtyard collapsed with a loud bang. Scarlet blood continuously spurted from Wei Qingfan's mouth. His ribs were completely shattered, and his internal organs were trembling. He looked at Yi Yao in front of him with a face full of terror. What was going on? Looking at the pair of strange eyes that resembled a yin and yang diagram, it was as if he was looking at the arrival of death. Little Yao, Chu Hen, who had followed closely behind, rushed over as fast as he could. Big brother Chu Hen? Yi Yao, who was also in a state of extreme panic, hurriedly ran towards Chu Hen. However, when Chu Hen saw Yi Yao's strange eyes, his heart could not help but tremble violently. This kind of feeling could instantly cause an indescribable fear to arise in people. Little Yao, you? Immediately after, Chu Hen only felt a slight warmth in his eyes, and a strange purple light surged in the depths of his eyes. The power of the demon eyes had actually activated on its own. The space trembled slightly, and a formless and powerful force was released from Chu Hen's eyes. The chaotic aura that Yi Yao emitted was subsequently suppressed, and like a receding tide, it quickly withdrew. The black light and white light in Yi Yao's eyes dissipated, and the yin and yang diagram that resembled a yin and yang diagram returned to its original clarity. However, Yi Yao did not seem to know what was happening to her at this moment. She rushed in front of Chu Hen, directly threw herself into his arms, and hugged him tightly before bursting into tears. Big brother Chu Hen, looking at Yi Yao, who had never felt so wronged before, an indescribable flame also rose in Chu Hen's heart. His ice-cold eyes swept towards Wei Qingfan like a sharp sword. Boundless murderous intent soared up. Chapter 336. You bastard! I'll take your life! Chu Hen flew into a rage when he saw Yi Yao being so wronged in his arms. An intense killing intent erupted from his icy cold eyes. Wei Qingfan was even more terrified as he lay on the ground and struggled incessantly. Big brother Chu Hen, don't! However, just as Chu Hen was about to flare up, Yi Yao hugged him tightly and cried out, Big brother Chu Hen, don't care about him, let's go! Truthfully speaking, Yi Yao was the person who wanted to kill Wei Qingfan the most. However, she also knew very well that once Wei Qingfan died, the Wei family would definitely not let the matter rest. She didn't want to bring trouble that would be difficult to resolve for Chu Hen. Chu Hen frowned. Even at a time like this, Yao was still thinking for his sake, and it truly made Chu Hen feel touched and ashamed. If he hadn't tangled with Wei Han outside and come in earlier, Wei Han wouldn't have had to suffer so much. Big brother Chu Hen, I don't want to stay here. Let's go, all right? Yi Yao cried like a pear blossom in the rain, and it made one's heart ache. Chu Hen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he glanced coldly at Wei Qingfan, who was lying on the ground, and said, Humph, trash. If you dare to take another step towards little Yao, I, Chu Hen, swear that I won't be a man if I don't kill you. With that, Chu Hen supported Yi Yao's shoulder and left. Wei Qingfan's heart still trembled incessantly as he watched the two of them disappear into the night. Even he himself hadn't expected that he would actually fear Chu Hen to such an extent. In front of Chu Hen, Wei Qingfan didn't even dare to breathe randomly. Cough, cough! Wei Qingfan coughed out an endless stream of blood as he crawled on the ground with difficulty and called out weakly, Wei Han, swish! A sharp wind breaking force came, and a cold and solemn young figure appeared in the courtyard. The dust on the ground flew into the air. This person's entire body exuded a chilling aura. What was surprising was that his left hand was empty, and a section of his sleeve was gently swaying. Cousin, cousin. Wei Qingfan's eyes lit up, and she quickly shouted, Cousin, save me! Cousin. The newcomer was none other than the #1 student of the Imperial Martial Academy, the son of the southern prince, Huang Fuliang. Huang Fuliang's birth mother was the younger sister of the Wei clan's patriarch and also Wei Qingfan's aunt. The two clans were related. It could be said that the Wei clan was able to gain a foothold in the imperial city because of the southern prince's residence. Compared to the high-spirited Huang Fuliang before, the aura that Huang Fuliang emitted now was unusually cold. The setback he suffered in the Heaven List tournament had a significant impact on him. Huang Fuliang slowly walked towards Wei Qingfan with indifference in his eyes. Do you want to kill Chu Hen? Wei Qingfan was stunned. What did he mean? Right now, Chu Hen was like the sun in the sky. Even the inscription masters guild wanted to rope him in. How could they kill him? Even so, Wei Qingfan nodded without hesitation. Yes, cousin, do you have a way? Hee, of course. A cold smile appeared on Huang Fuliang's face. However, cousin, I need you to suffer a little and pay a price. Are you willing? Of course I'm willing. As long as I can kill that damned bastard, I don't mind suffering a little. Very well, after I kill Chu Hen, I will definitely tell you. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold light shot out from Huang Fuliang's eyes. The fingertips of his right hand condensed, and with a whoosh, a piercingly cold silver beam of light burst out. Hiss! Warm blood splattered as the silver beam of light directly pierced through Wei Qingfan's throat. Fresh blood flowed out and instantly dyed a large area of the ground red. Wei Qingfan struggled and twitched on the ground. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared at Huang Fuliang's face. Never could he have imagined that the price Zhang Xian had to pay would be his life. Wei Qingfan's eyes lost their light as his life was quickly drained away. Although they were cousins, Huang Fuliang didn't hesitate when he attacked. A ruthless smile slowly appeared on his face. Come out. Along with Huang Fuliang's indifferent voice, a trembling figure walked out from the courtyard in fear. Young Master Huang Fuliang. Wei Han's face was pale, and he didn't dare to look at Huang Fuliang. In the past, Wei Han thought that there weren't many people in the imperial city who could compare to Wei Qingfan. However, compared to Huang Fuliang, he paled in comparison. Did you see it? Huang Fuliang smiled with interest. Yes. Wei Han swallowed his saliva and said respectfully, I saw Chu Hen break into the manor and kill my young master. Ha 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 ha. Huang Fuliang laughed crazily. He lightly patted Wei Han's shoulder and said, After this matter is over, you will follow me. I promise that by Wei Qingfan's side, you will be more valuable. Thank you, young master Huang Fuliang. Do you know what to do next? Yes, then I'll leave it to you. Then Huang Fuliang flicked his sleeves and left. Wei Han's trembling hands clenched into fists. He looked at Wei Qingfan, who died on the ground, and let out a long sigh. His eyes revealed a cold light. That night, the entire city was in an uproar. The next day, the entire city was in an uproar. Wei Qingfan's death caused a huge uproar in the capital, which was already not peaceful to begin with. Did you hear? Wei Qingfan was killed. What's going on? Who's so daring? It's Chu Hen. Oh my God! It can't be. The evidence is conclusive. Wei Qingfan's follower saw it with his own eyes. In less than half a day's time, the news of Wei Qingfan being killed by Chu Hen had caused an intense uproar that could topple mountains and overturn seas within the capital. However, at this moment, Chu Hen himself was unaware of this matter. At the lake in the center of the city, the first rays of the morning sun gradually dispersed the white mist. On a stone bench by the river, Yi Yao, who was wearing Chu Hen's clothes, fell asleep in Chu Hen's arms. On her delicate and pure face, there were dried tear stains. However, from her even breathing, it could be seen that Yi Yao was still very calm. Chu Hen did not close his eyes for the entire night. At this moment, his mind was filled with the scene he had seen the night before. How could such an unimaginable change happen to Yi Yao's body? That pair of eyes that resembled a Tai Chi yin-yang diagram was actually able to activate his demon eyes on their own. This was really puzzling. Come to think of it, even the limit of Yi Yu's bloodline was only the extreme yin battle body. The power that Yi Yao had erupted with last night was absolutely terrifying. Even Wei Qingfan, who was stronger than her, could not withstand it. What exactly was going on? Could it be a bloodline mutation? Oh! Just as Chu Hen was pondering this, Yi Yao woke up from her sleep. Chu Hen withdrew his thoughts, his gentle gaze containing some pity as he looked at her. Are you awake? Yi Yao opened her slightly drowsy eyes and nodded in satisfaction. It was as if she would only feel at ease when she was by Chu Hen's side. Even her sister Yi Yu had never felt such a sense of security. Let last night's matter be in the past. Don't think too much about it. Chu Hen rubbed her head. Big brother Chu Hen, I don't want to go back to Tifeng province. Yi Yao's clear eyes were filled with hesitation. Every time she thought of last night's matter, she would feel a lingering fear in her heart. Then I'll bring you to Tensei Prefecture. With Chu Hen's current influence, bringing Yi Yao to Tensei Prefecture was practically a matter of a sentence. Yi Yao gritted her teeth, as if she had some hidden troubles that she could not speak of. Are you worried about your sister? Chu Hen saw through her thoughts with a glance. Yi Yao was a little guilty. If I go to Heavenly Star, and my sister stays in Defeng, I'm afraid if she's willing, then you guys can come together. Really? Yi Yao's eyes lit up. Chu Hen smiled and nodded in affirmation. Of course. Even though he agreed to let Yi Yu go to Tensei Prefecture with him, it did not mean that he had forgiven her. It could be said that the crack between him and Yi Yu could no longer be mended. The reason why Chu Hen did this was because of Yi Yao. Moreover, Shilan had already left. In the following period of time, Chu Hen did not plan to continue staying in the academy. Instead, he wanted to go out and gain experience. Therefore, even if Yi Yu went to Heavenly Star, the two of them would basically not meet. Thank you, big brother Chu Hen. Then, Yi Yao gently hugged Chu Hen. At the same time, she felt that it was a pity that Yi Yu had made such a wrong decision back in Flaming Rain City. Xiao Yao! Suddenly, a woman's voice that was filled with anxiety sounded from afar. Is it Big Sister? Yi Yao was elated. She quickly stood up and saw Yi Yu looking around anxiously on the other side of the lake in the center of the city. Big Sister, I'm over here. Yi Yao quickly waved her little hand and shouted. Hearing the response, Yi Yu's expression relaxed. She turned around and looked over, then ran over. Xiao Yao, where have you been? I've been looking for you all night. Yi Yu's face was full of worry. She hurried back to Tifeng province last night, only to find that Yi Yao was missing. After asking, she found out that Yi Yao had gone out to look for her in the afternoon. Then, Yi Yu hurried out to look for her. Before Yi Yao could speak, Yi Yu saw the young figure standing behind her. At the same time, she realized that Yi Yao was still wearing Chu Hen's clothes. You guys? Big Sister, you don't know. Big brother Chu Hen saved me last night. Saved you? Yi Yu's expression changed slightly. You went to Wei Qingfan's place last night? Looking at the other party's strange and excited expression, Yi Yao was confused. Big sister, I went to look for you. Chapter 337. Come with me immediately. Don't stay here. Yi Yu grabbed Yi Yao's wrist and tried to take her away by force. Yi Yao was shocked and suspicious. She asked in confusion, Sister, what are you doing? I don't want to go back to Tifeng province. I've already told big brother Chu Hen that I want to go to Tensei Prefecture. The two of us will go together. We won't have to be afraid of Wei Qingfan's pestering anymore. Not afraid of Wei Qingfan's pestering anymore? Yi Yu was stunned. She frowned slightly and looked at her in surprise. You don't know? Know what? Yi Yao was confused. Sister, what's wrong with you? Wei Qingfan is dead. What? Yi Yao and Chu Hen, who was standing behind her, were shocked when they heard this. Wei Qingfan was dead? How did he die? He was still alive and well last night. Judging from the expressions on Chu Hen and Yi Yao's faces, Yi Yu immediately understood the reason. She looked at Chu Hen with a complicated gaze. She was about to say something when a thunderous roar suddenly exploded in the air. Chu Hen, you little thief, return my son's life. Boom! An incomparably furious aura swept over like a mountain. The water in the center of the lake, not far away, surged with huge waves. Chu Hen's expression changed. He hurriedly activated his true inner force to defend himself. Then, dozens of figures with powerful auras immediately surrounded them. All of them were aggressive and murderous. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He had a mustache above his lips, and his appearance was quite similar to Wei Qingfan's. This person was none other than the Wei family's patriarch, Wei Gang. Chu Hen, you little thief! I'll surely tear you into 1,000 pieces to vent the hatred in my heart. Wei Gang glared fiercely at Chu Hen, and his eyes almost spat out flames. Chu Hen furrowed his brows and shouted in a deep voice, I'll have to trouble you to clarify the matter before you settle accounts with me. I didn't kill your useless son. How dare you? Could it be that you dare to do it, but do not dare to admit it? Humph, it's something I did, so of course I'll admit it. If I didn't do it, Chu Hen, would never admit it. Your useless son is dead, and instead of going to catch the real murderer, you came here early in the morning to make trouble for me. What a joke! Don't quibble. Capture this little animal for me. Wei Gang shouted angrily. Yes, Patriarch. As soon as he finished speaking, the numerous experts that came with Wei Gang were enraged, and all of them emanated ghastly killing intent as they charged towards Chu Hen. However, it was also at this moment that another powerful and terrifying aura suddenly came crashing down. I'd like to see who dares to touch a student of my Tensei Prefecture. Principal Jiang? Chu Hen's heart lit up. Then, a few dozen figures rushed over, and the person in the lead was the administrator of Heavenly Star, Principal Jiang. Among them were Song Qinglai, Shadowless, and many other mentors. Even Mu Feng, Li Hui, Zhou Lu, and He Qingyuan. Senior brother Chu Hen, we're here. The arrival of the people from Tensei Prefecture immediately suppressed House Wei's imposing manner. Wei Gang's expression was extremely gloomy, and he glared at Principal Jiang angrily. Jiang Chong, you came at the right time. Your academy's student killed my son. If you don't give me an explanation today, I, Wei Gang, will not let this matter rest. Principal Jiang brought a group of people to the front and looked at Chu Hen. Chu Hen, did you kill him? No, Chu Hen said without hesitation. Little thief, you still dare to deny it? Wei Gang shouted. He didn't deny it. I can prove that big brother Chu Hen didn't kill him. Yi Yao quickly broke free from Yi Yu's grasp and rushed to the front. He didn't even touch Wei Qingfan. After the two of us left, big brother Chu Hen was with me the whole time. He definitely didn't kill him. Yi Yao's eyes were filled with tears, and she was so anxious that she was about to cry. The reason why she didn't let Chu Hen kill Wei Qingfan last night was because she was afraid of a situation like this. She didn't expect that it would still happen, and it happened so mysteriously. "Humph, since you were there, I'm sure that the two of you are accomplices," Wei Gang shouted. Seeing that Wei Gang had started to falsely accuse Yi Yao, Chu Hen couldn't stand it anymore. He took a step forward and said in a powerful voice, "I say, Wei family head, your ability to speak without thinking is really not bad. Last night, that son of yours was about to do bad things to a good girl, but in the end he was sent flying. It's not surprising that this kind of person was assassinated by his enemies. Bastard, you little animal, not only did you harm my son's life, you even dare to falsely accuse him. Humph, you know Wei Qingfan's character very well. The number of people he offended in the imperial city, if not 1,000, there are at least 800. Out of so many people, you just had to say that I killed him. What's the reason for that?" Wei Gang was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. His eyes narrowed, and a tyrannical aura surged towards Chu Hen. "Little animal, I don't want to listen to your nonsense. Die." Buzz, buzz, a dazzling golden light like the sun erupted from Wei Gang's palm. The powerful light rapidly rotated and instantly formed an incomparably solid death wheel of Sunday compared to the move Wei Qingfan had displayed earlier. It was clearly not on the same level. This Wei Gang had an aura that seemed to want to kill Chu Hen on the spot. Humph. Principal Jiang reacted quickly. With a cold snort, he directly flashed forward and extended a single palm. A steady palm energy firmly imprinted itself on Wei Gang's palm. Bang! An oppressive shockwave exploded in the air as chaotic true yuan qi waves spread out in all directions. As the surging waves of hidden energy swept downwards, Wei Gang was directly jolted back a few steps. "Jiang Chong!" Wei Gang's face was ashen, and a deep roar came from his throat. "Wei Gang, before we understand the situation, if you want to touch Chu Hen, I, Jiang Chong, will be the first to object." Now, the Tensei Prefecture had risen again with the help of Chu Hen, and had reclaimed the title of the first academy. For this academy, there was no one who did not know how important Chu Hen was. Just based on the fact that Principal Jiang personally took action, it was enough to prove that he would not allow Wei Gang and the others to do anything to Chu Hen. Even though the Wei clan was an upper-class clan in the imperial city, in front of the solid foundation of the Tensei Prefecture, they were still relatively weaker, especially Principal Jiang Chong. Even in the vast Sacred Star Empire, he was definitely ranked among the top experts. The powerful strength of the void-piercing realm suppressed everyone present. "Jiang Chong, don't force me." Wei Gang's fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. "I said, before we understand the situation completely, no one should even think about touching Chu Hen. You have witnesses on your side, and we also have witnesses on our side. When you have absolute evidence, it's not too late to come to the Tensei Prefecture to demand for him." Principal Zhang's attitude was especially firm. He flicked his sleeves and said, "Return to the academy." With that, a few Tensei Prefecture tutors came up and surrounded Chu Hen in the center, to prevent Wei Gang and the others from suddenly making things difficult. "Big brother Chu Hen." Yi Yao's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. Her big eyes filled with worry. "It's fine." Chu Hen smiled and said, "For the time being, stay in Tifeng province obediently and don't come out. It's hard to guarantee that no one will have ill intentions." Originally, the best plan was for Chu Hen to bring Yi Yao back to the Tensei Prefecture. However, now that Wei Qingfan was dead, Yi Yao was the only person who could prove Chu Hen's innocence. To avoid arousing suspicion, it was better for her to stay in the third party's territory. No matter what, Tifeng Province was one of the 6 major academies. Yi Yao would be very safe there. Yi Yao bit her lips and pretended to be strong as she nodded. "I understand, big brother Chu Hen. Immediately, Chu Hen followed Principal Jiang and the others back to the academy. Yi Yao was also brought away by Yi Yu in a hurry. As for Wei Gang, he was so angry that his entire body was trembling. His eyes were red with anger as he stared at the fading silhouettes of the heavenly star Marshall House. He viciously said, "Jiang Cheng, you won't be able to protect this little bastard, humph." In the following day, the incident of Wei Qingfan's murder continued to spread. The entire imperial capital was in an uproar. If the one who had died was a genius of an ordinary clan, it would not have caused such a stir. But one could not forget that behind the Wei clan was the southern prince's estate. The southern prince, Huangfu Pingyun, was the younger brother of the previous emperor and the uncle of the current son of heaven. It could be said that the Wei clan was half a relative of the imperial family. The murder of a relative of the imperial family was no small matter. Very quickly, Wei Gang personally paid a visit to the southern prince's estate, desiring to borrow its strength to seek justice for Wei Qingfan. At the same time, the Heavenly Star Marshall House was not idle either. Principal Jiang immediately sent someone to inform Her Royal Highness, Princess Huang Fuqing. After such a big incident, the only one who could help Chu Hen settle it was probably Huang Fuqing. On the same evening, the Divine Empress's palace. Divine Empress, the Southern Prince requests an audience. Enter. Yes, Divine Empress. Accompanied by hurried footsteps, the Southern Prince, Huangfu Pingyun, with his brow tightly furrowed, gloomily entered the palace. He clasped his hands and bowed, saying, "This subject, Huangfu Pingyun, pays respects to the Divine Empress." Behind the bead curtain, the Divine Empress sat on a wide chair. The fiend duo stood on either side of the bead curtain, exuding a steady and awe-inspiring qi. For the Southern Prince to visit so late, for what matter? Reporting to the Divine Empress, this subject's little brother's nephew, Wei Qingfan, was killed for no reason by that Chu Hen. Right now, the entire Wei clan is crying in sorrow, making one feel even more sorrowful. As for that Jiang Chong of Tensei Prefecture, he wholeheartedly protects that little thief Chu Hen and refuses to hand over the murderer. This subject's little brother earnestly requests the Divine Empress to make a decision and return justice to the Wei clan. The Southern Prince was filled with righteous indignation, his voice resounding. However, the Divine Empress behind the bead curtain was especially calm. She indifferently said, "Southern Prince, before you entered the palace, did you see your son, Huang Fuliang?" The Southern Prince revealed a confused expression. How did she bring up Huang Fuliang? Liang has just recovered from his heavy injuries and is still recuperating. Does the Divine Empress need him for something? I'll call him over. There's no need, the Divine Empress indifferently replied. This widow already knows of this matter. You can return first. But Chapter 338. One day later, the Heavenly Star Marshall House temporarily stopped the ongoing recruitment process. The whole city was in turmoil. The whole capital was paying close attention to what would happen next. In the morning, countless people had already gathered in and around Tensei Prefecture. Long Qingyang, Long Xuanchuang, Yu Qinyu, Luo Mingshang, and many of Chu Hen's relatives and friends had basically rushed to Tensei Prefecture as soon as possible. Even Yu De, Wenhong, Zhu Tong, and other famous senior inscriptionists from the Inscriptionist Guild had arrived. Of course, House Wei had also made some moves, using his family's connections and the prestige of the Southern Prince's residence. Wei Gang had gathered many people and united to demand people from Tensei Prefecture. Hand over Chu Hen. Punish the murderer severely. Hand over Chu Hen, the thief. On the front square of Tensei Prefecture, the people gathered here were divided into two groups. One group was led by Principal Jiang, who wanted to protect Chu Hen. The other group was led by Wei Gang, who wanted to force the other party to hand over Chu Hen. The two groups had been in a stalemate since this morning, and there were signs that an even more intense conflict could break out at any time. Jian Chong, if you don't hand over Chu Hen, we won't leave. Humph, Wei Gang. What's the point of making a scene like this? If you have the time, you might as well go find the murderer. Why waste time here? There's no point in talking. The murderer is Chu Hen. The evidence is irrefutable. You can't deny it. Just as the two sides were locked in a stalemate, a group of Imperial Guards clad in armor rushed over, accompanied by a loud commotion. The leader of the Imperial Guards was a graceful and elegant young woman. Her elegant and refined face carried the natural dignity of royalty. She was the only female regent and princess in the history of the Sacred Star Dynasty, Huang Fuqing. Greetings, Your Highness. The crowd saluted in unison. Huang Fuqing's appearance immediately suppressed the chaotic atmosphere. Surrounded by Long Qingyang, Long Xuanchuang, Yu Qinyu, Mu Feng, and Li Hui, Chu Hen walked out from the back of the Tensei Prefecture crowd. As soon as they saw Chu Hen, everyone on Wei Gang's side immediately became extremely excited. Your Highness, please uphold justice for Wei Qingfan. Punish that little thief Chu Hen severely. Huang Fuqing's eyebrows slightly furrowed. She looked at the people around her with a complicated expression. Then she walked in front of Chu Hen and opened her red lips. What happened? What else could it be? I've been framed. Chu Hen helplessly smiled bitterly and said, You didn't kill them? If I really killed them, do you think I would leave anyone alive? If it was really Chu Hen who did it, not to mention leaving behind other witnesses, even Wei Qingfan's corpse would probably be destroyed as well. However, now that the whole city was in an uproar, Chu Hen truly regretted killing Wei Qingfan and his lackeys. If he had known that things would escalate to this extent, he would have killed Wei Qingfan and his lackeys last night and destroyed the evidence. Your Highness, please don't listen to his words, Wei Gang said in a low voice. Damn, you guys keep saying that Chu Hen is the murderer. But why don't you show us the evidence? You're just listening to one side of the story, Mu Feng scolded. That's right, you have witnesses, and so do we. I strongly request Your Highness to find out the truth and prove Chu Hen's innocence. Seeing that the two sides were arguing again, Huang Fuqing's expression turned cold, and a trace of dignity appeared in her eyes. Everyone, please listen to me. Let's not make a fuss in Tensei Prefecture. Please give me some time, and I will find out the truth. Before that, Chu Hen can only stay in the academy and is not allowed to leave. If it really was him, then this empress will definitely punish him severely. If someone deliberately framed him, I will also prove his innocence. Everyone could hear that Huang Fuqing was siding with Chu Hen. The Wei clan, who were still angry, naturally wouldn't agree. But with Huang Fuqing's status, not many people dared to disobey him. Just as the Heavenly Star Marshal House heaved a sigh of relief, another group of Imperial Guards arrived at the scene. Xiao Bei. Huang Fuqing looked at the burly middle-aged man who was leading the group with a bit of surprise. He was the commander of the Imperial Guards, Xiao Bei. Your Highness. Xiao Bei first cupped his hands and bowed. I'm here on His Majesty's order. What did His Majesty say? Huang Fuqing asked in a low voice. Xiao Bei's eyes flashed with cold light. He took out an imperial edict and held it high in his hand. His Majesty has decreed that Chu Hen of Tensei Prefecture is arrogant, contemptuous of the law, and openly committed crimes under the Emperor's feet. The evidence is conclusive. Put him in the death cell and await punishment. Put him in the death cell and await punishment. Wow. The crowd was in an uproar. Long Qingyang, Long Xuanchuang, Yu Qinyu, and Mu Feng, who had just sighed in relief, immediately paled. On Wei Gang's side, everyone was extremely excited. Your Majesty is wise. Thank you, Your Majesty, for helping House Wei. Xiao Bei's voice was impassioned as he shouted, Take Chu Hen down. Yes, Your Majesty. Stop. Huang Fuqing hurriedly stopped them. There are too many suspicious points in this case. We need to reinvestigate, putting aside the fact that Chu Hen is not the murderer. Even if he did, he won the heaven proclamation for our dynasty. His merits outweigh his faults, and he should not be punished. However, Huang Fuqing's attitude was unyielding. Zhao Bei did not show much respect on his face. He smiled coldly and said, "Your Highness, as the Prince Regent, you are too immature to say such things. Chu Hen winning the heaven proclamation is indeed a great achievement for our dynasty. But it is also because of this that he is so arrogant and domineering. These are two separate matters. This general is only following orders. I hope that your Highness will not stop me. Otherwise, this general will have to offend you." The atmosphere in the arena immediately became unusually tense. Everyone present knew that although Zhao Bei was the commander of the Imperial Guard in reality, he was a trusted aide of the Divine Empress. Otherwise, he would not dare to offend Huang Fuqing even if he was 100 times more courageous. Huang Fuqing also knew that although the other side had come with the Emperor's edict, the one who had actually given the edict was definitely not Huang Fuhao. Huang Fuqing slightly turned her body, and her beautiful eyes met Chu Hen's gaze. Her delicate cherry lips slightly moved, and with an extremely weak voice, she spat out a single word. "Go. Go." Huang Fuqing knew very well that once Chu Hen was sent to the death prison, what awaited him would be torture, and torture as well as death. Only now did she understand that the Divine Queen had always been looking for an opportunity to get rid of Chu Hen. And now this was the opportunity. And once the Divine Queen interfered in this matter, Chu Hen would have no chance of turning things around. In other words, no matter what the truth was, Chu Hen was definitely going to be the scapegoat for this. Seeing the seriousness in Huang Fuqing's eyes, Chu Hen couldn't help but frown. The situation had changed far beyond his expectations. It was as if there was a huge hand behind the scenes, constantly adding fuel to the fire. "Take Chu Hen away," Zhao Bei ordered once more. Before he finished speaking, a fierce light suddenly exploded from Chu Hen's eyes. Purple shadow wings instantly unfurled from his back, and with a single movement he transformed into a streak of light that shot into the sky. "Trying to run? Do you think it's so easy?" Zhao Bei roared angrily. With a wave of his hand, he fiercely stomped his foot and leapt into the air. At the same time, Wei Gang and the other Wei clan experts also began to encircle and intercept him. "Little bastard, where do you think you're going?" Mu Feng, Long Qingyang, Long Xuanchuang, Yu Qinyu, and the rest were at a loss. "Damn it!" Long Qingyang cursed, his eyes almost spitting fire. His gaze turned cold as he angrily shouted, "Whoever dares to touch Chu Hen will have to ask me, Long Qingyang, if I, Long Qingyang, agree." "Damn it! I, Mu Feng, am going all out today," cursed Mu Feng. On the other side, Luo Mingshang's beautiful eyes flashed with a cold light as an extremely restless energy gradually spread from her body. However, Huang Fuqing's palm clenched at this moment as she held her sword horizontally in front of Long Qingyang and the rest. "All of you better behave yourselves. Anyone who dares to attack without permission will be severely punished. Your Highness, you—" Humph! Huang Fuqing paid no attention to them. Soon after, she coldly shouted in a lovely voice, "Chu Hen, even I have been deceived by you. Watch my sword. Be Z." With that, Huang Fuqing's wrist moved, and she raised her sword towards the sky. Along with an incomparably frightening and powerful might, a resplendent and astonishing sword image swept up a vast and mighty aura as it traversed the sky and directly blocked in front of Chu Hen. Huang Fuqing's sword seemed to be attacking Chu Hen, but it was actually helping him. As the sword swept across the sky, Zhao Bei, Wei Gang, and the rest all paused for a moment. "Your Highness!" Zhao Bei's expression darkened. "Don't worry, Commander Zhao. I will not forgive that bastard Chu Hen for deceiving me." In the next instant, Huang Fuqing slashed out with his sword. A swift and fierce sword light flew out. It was like a silhouette that could trace back 1,000 years and accurately struck Chu Hen's body. However, this sword seemed to be extremely lethal. However, not only was Chu Hen completely unharmed, he was even pushed away by an extremely gentle force. Chu Hen glanced at Huang Fuqing gratefully before disappearing into the sky above Tensei Prefecture at the fastest speed possible. Huang Fuqing pretended to be angry and said, "I'm so angry that I let him escape again." However, it was Zhao Bei and Wei Gang who were angered to the point that their faces turned ashen. Although they knew that Huang Fuqing was helping Chu Hen, they could only suppress their anger. Chase! The menacing group swiftly surged out of Tensei Prefecture like a tide and chased after Chu Hen. Principal Zhang's eyes narrowed as he solemnly said, "Teachers and students of Tensei Prefecture, listen up. Do your best to help Commander Zhao Bei chase Chu Hen." Everyone understood what Principal Zhang was referring to, and they immediately understood what he was referring to. Understood. We will definitely do our best to help. Chapter 339. Go! The sudden imperial edict issued by His Majesty the Imperial Palace directly escalated the entire situation. In just a short span of a day, the situation had developed out of the control of the Heavenly Star Martial House. Normally, even if Wei Qingfan was half a relative of the Imperial Palace, there were many suspicious points in this incident. However, there were many doubtful points in this matter. As the newly crowned Rookie King of the Imperial City, Chu Hen had won the championship in the Heaven List Great Tournament and won the honor of 3 consecutive championships for the Sacred Star Empire in the Six Nation Tournament. Just based on this achievement, Chu Hen shouldn't have been convicted so hastily and even sent to the death cell. Obviously, there was a mastermind behind all of this. Chu Hen was being pushed to the edge of the storm by this mastermind step by step. Whoosh! With the help of Huang Fuqing, Chu Hen successfully escaped from the Tensei Prefecture and headed out of the city. Now, Chu Hen also knew that it would be difficult for him to find a place to stay in the capital. The only way was to leave first. He would wait for Huang Fuqing and the Tensei Prefecture to find out the truth as soon as possible and prove his innocence. Then he would come back. Chu Hen was not a pedantic person. He was not afraid of the rumors that he fled to avoid punishment. After all, even Huang Fuqing had asked him to leave quickly. This was sufficient proof that once he was put on death row, there would be no chance for him to turn over a new leaf. Chu Hen moved along the roofs of the buildings in the city. Since most of the residents in the city had gathered in the Tensei Prefecture to watch the show, the streets were much quieter than usual. Moreover, Chu Hen had only taken small paths, so he managed to shake off Zhao Bei and Wei Gang's pursuit along the way. However, just as Chu Hen crossed a main street, a huge fish scale net fell from the sky without any warning and covered Chu Hen's head. Then, a cold and harsh murderous aura came from all directions. Chu Hen was shocked. With a flash of white light in his palm, the sharp Luo sun, Luo, shone brilliantly. Break! Waving his hand, Chu Hen brandished his blade. The unstoppable blade aura was like a fleeting shadow as it directly split the heavenly fish scale net in the middle. Chu Hen rapidly flew out and steadily landed on the ground. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! Accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, 20 to 30 figures with cold auras appeared around Chu Hen. These people were all wearing different kinds of masks. One of them, who was standing on the roof of a 3-story building and wearing a silver mask, was looking down at Chu Hen from above. The expression behind the mask was as if he was looking at a dead man, the royal secret team. The cold wind blew over with a bone-chilling coldness. Nearly 30 experts from the dark group surrounded Chu Hen in the middle. This kind of scene was just like the fight of a cornered beast. However, Chu Hen was not a trapped beast that would be easily captured. He held the black blade in his hand, and his eyes that were as deep as a ray of light directly looked at the silver-masked man. "You have been spying on me recently, haven't you?" As soon as these words came out, A trace of astonishment appeared in the eyes behind the mask. The corners of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed. A few days after the end of the Heaven List tournament, he would occasionally catch a wisp of obscure aura in the vicinity. Because the wisp of aura was well hidden, Chu Hen could not determine where the other party was hiding. At this moment, it seemed that only the experts from the Royal Secret Team could appear and disappear so mysteriously. Chu Hen was almost certain that the wisp of obscure aura originated from the silver-masked man in front of him. Since you have been spying on me these days, then you naturally know that I did not kill Wei Qingfan. Facing Chu Hen's calm and collected demeanor, the silver-masked man did not reply. Instead, he raised his right arm and bent his palm, giving an order to take action. In an instant, the experts of the Imperial family's dark team surrounding Chu Hen all exploded with a strong and cold killing intent. Swoosh! More than 20 arm-thick iron chains were like dancing pythons, covering the sky and earth, tearing the air apart as they attacked Chu Hen, who was in the middle. The sturdy and cold iron chains flickered with a cold luster, and the front of the iron chains were embedded with sharp hooks and barbs. Humph! Chu Hen's eyes turned cold, and an ice-cold killing intent surged between his brows. The limitless Fong, which was swallowing and spitting dense black radiance, danced in the air, causing the air to tremble violently. A circle of black saber waves was like a flood dragon waving its tail, sweeping up a shocking and furious might, blasting the iron chains that were flying towards him. The chaotic chi burst out wantonly, and the rubble on the ground was splashed up. Then, for experts from the dark team charged towards Chu Hen with sharp weapons in their hands, while the others behind them were preparing for the next round of attacks. Don't put up a futile resistance. A low and disdainful voice came from the mouth of a man wearing a ghost mask. At the same time, the long sword in his hand was pointed towards Chu Hen's chest like an aurora. F***CK off! Chu Hen angrily rebuked, and with a backhand slash, a sharp saber light flashed past, and with a ding sound, the long sword in the man's hand was actually broken into 2 pieces. The man was shocked and quickly retreated. At the same time, the other 3 people's attacks also arrived in front of him. However, Chu Hen did not care, and with a move of his feet, he chased after the man wearing the ghost mask. Swoosh! With a swoosh sound, Chu Hen dragged a string of shadows in the air, and at the same time he instantly flashed behind the opponent, and at the same time a bright and beautiful silver crescent saber light like lightning swept across like a shocking dragon. Pa! The ghost mask on the man's face suddenly exploded into 2 halves from the middle, and a line of blood quickly overflowed from his face, which was filled with endless fear. The red line of blood directly ran from his forehead to his chin, and then he silently fell to the ground, becoming a corpse. Presumptuous! Seeing that Chu Hen killed an expert of the dark team in 1 move, the others were shocked and angry. And immediately, Chu Hen did not have any delay, and with his fastest speed, he rushed towards the experts of the dark team who were preparing to set up a big killing move in the rear area. Die! Chu Hen took the lead and rushed in front of a figure, and a biting cold saber aura burst out, and layers of black saber shadows appeared in the air, slashing towards the person in front of him. Ah! A mournful scream followed, and the sharp sun Luo Fong pierced through the opponent's chest like cutting tofu. A series of blood splattered, and that person became the 2nd dead soul under Chu Hen's saber, killing 2 people in a row, unstoppable. The silver masked man on the top of the 3-story building slightly narrowed his eyes, and then said in a low voice, "There is no need to capture him alive. Kill him on the spot." "There is no need to capture him alive. This is easy." In an instant, the experts of the royal family's dark team all rose up, and in the form of a group battle, they surrounded and attacked Chu Hen. Swish! A sharp wind broke out, and 7 or 8 cold swords pierced towards Chu Hen's back. The corner of Chu Hen's eyes turned cold, and he leaped up and flashed into the air. The swift and fierce long sword pierced through thin air, but it caused the space to tremble faintly. Not waiting for Chu Hen to stabilize his body, a few streaks of light and shadows came whistling over. In his haste, Chu Hen did a somersault in midair, narrowly avoiding the attack. However, this was just the beginning. The experts of the royal family's dark team attacked one after another, and continuously launched a fierce attack towards Chu Hen from all directions. Everyone's attacks were vicious, and they were all aimed at killing Chu Hen. They did not have the slightest intention of showing mercy. However, it was precisely this action of wanting to kill Chu Hen that aroused the anger in Chu Hen's heart. Kill! A surging violent chi rose and was released from Chu Hen's body, and in the depths of his cold eyes, there was a hidden purple light surging. Then, a strong Reiki energy was released from Chu Hen's Naiwan palace. Dozens of bright runes immediately appeared between his fingers, and then he waved his hand, and the runes were like blooming fireworks, directly with Chu Hen as the center, directly scattered in the area within a radius of more than 30 meters. Don't go over, an expert of the dark team shouted loudly. However, there were still 5 or 6 people who could not stop in time and entered the area where the runes were scattered. Buzz, buzz! An extremely huge power fluctuation was like a torrent that was about to break through a dam, and circles of astonishing violent energy burst out from the scattered runes in the air. Chu Hen's cold eyes narrowed slightly, and he made a hand seal with one hand and spat out a few words coldly from his mouth. Spiritual fire formation. Boom! As his voice fell, a scarlet pillar of fire soared into the sky, comparable to a volcano that erupted in an instant, and a scorching wave of air swept in all directions. The scalding magma-like flames directly spread out, engulfing the experts of the dark team. Ah! Terrified screams rang out one after another. 2 of them were seriously injured by the flames, and the other 4 were turned into ashes, not even able to let out a scream. Swish! Then a powerful blade wave pierced out from the flames, like a black wave, and slashed at the 2 people who were seriously injured by the flames. The 2 of them did not have the slightest bit of defense, and were forcibly cut into 2 balls of blood missed by the blade. Even the experts of the dark team, who had carried out countless difficult missions and walked through many life and death situations, were sincerely shocked by Chu Hen's methods at this moment. This young man, who was not even 20 years old, his methods were so fierce and cruel. Swish! In the next second, Chu Hen flashed out like a ghost. This time he did not continue to defend, but took the initiative to attack the people in front of him. Rumble! Circles of golden-red illusory flames lingered around Chu Hen's body, and the resplendent illusory flames were like the rings of stars that lingered around the outside of the stars. One of the burly experts of the dark team shouted angrily and raised the large blade in his hand and slashed towards Chu Hen. Brat, die for me. Chapter 340. Clang! Along with a heavy explosive sound, Chu Hen's fist firmly collided with the large blade of an expert from the dark group. The scattered true Yuan power wantonly exploded apart. The body of the expert from the dark group actually trembled and was shaken until he continuously retreated backwards. Chu Hen's seemingly ordinary punch actually contained a terrifying explosive power. The opponent's extremely imposing broadsword was unable to even break through Chu Hen's defense, and there was only a white mark on his fist. What? The expert from the dark team, who was wielding a broadsword, let out an incredulous cry of surprise. The eyes hidden behind the mask were filled with astonishment. Wasn't this fellow's physical body a little too terrifying? In that exchange just now, it felt as if the broadsword had chopped down on a rock. However, just as he recovered from his shock, a sharp figure had already flashed and arrived. The eyes behind the mask reflected a handsome and resolute face. On that face, a pair of deep eyes faintly flickered with an obscure, bewitching purple light. The moment his eyes met Chu Hen's, the heart of the expert from the dark team who was wielding a broadsword suddenly trembled, as if he had received the signal of death in an instant. Hiss! Following that, a sharp blade light flashed, and a round head flew out. A fountain of blood shot out several meters into the air. In the blink of an eye, he had killed 9 of the elites of the imperial family's dark team. The rest of the people were all greatly shocked. The eyes of the silver-masked man at the top of the 3-story pavilion shot out 2 sharp, cold lights. Schwa! In an instant, he directly flew down from the sky. Like a goshawk pouncing on its prey, he charged towards Chu Hen. A mountain-like aura poured down. The silver-masked man extended his right hand, transforming into a tiger claw. With the power to tear through the air, he grabbed towards Chu Hen's head. His speed was as fast as lightning. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold, and he fearlessly raised his fist to meet it. The fist wind that was wreathed in the light of the illusory flames collided head-on with the opponent's claw energy. Pum! A heavy explosion sounded, and a circle of incomparably vigorous true yuan qi spread out in the air. The airflow in all directions trembled violently, and this time Chu Hen was sent flying backwards. It smashed into the wall of a house. Boom! Following that, the entire house collapsed with a loud rumble. However, in the next second, Chu Hen crawled out of the pile of rubble. The blood in his body was tumbling, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. I was too careless. This person's cultivation had probably reached the peak of the 9th level of the core transformation realm. He might even have half a foot in the void-piercing realm. However, the silver-masked man was even more surprised than Chu Hen. That strike just now might have seemed sloppy and ordinary, but the other party had been preparing it for a long time and had restrained all of the hidden energy in his palm. According to common sense, it should have been enough to make Chu Hen unable to get up. Who would have thought that his opponent would only suffer a light injury and his inner qi was in a mess? This made the silver-masked man even more surprised. After the end of the Heavenly List tournament, this kid's strength has increased by quite a lot, the silver-masked man thought to himself. Chu Hen seemed to only be at the 6th level of the core transformation realm, but the strength of his body was even stronger than a 9th level expert. No wonder the Divine Empress wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. This kind of existence, if left alive, would definitely be a huge threat. It must be a good fight. Chu Hen casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a sinister expression appeared on his face. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure moved, and a powerful aura swept up as he attacked the silver-masked man. Today, I will make a stupid dog like you kneel here. Xiao! Chu Hen leaped up, and a monstrous and domineering black light burst out from his body. The surging true yuan rapidly gathered on the sharp blade of the limitless Fong. With both hands tightly grasping the hilt of the blade, Chu Hen chopped down at his opponent with the force of splitting a mountain. Buzz! An unstoppable black light surged out, and a bitingly cold and terrifying blade power slashed out. Feeling the enormous destructive power contained in Chu Hen's attack, the silver-masked man did not dare to take it head-on. His figure moved, and he dodged to the side. Rumble! The incomparably powerful light was like a torrent that broke through a dam. It crushed all the way down, and the rocks on the ground flew everywhere. The flat street directly split open, and a huge ravine extended at an extremely fast speed. The range of Chu Hen's attack was quite large, and the many experts of the Imperial Dark Team behind him turned pale with fright. One after another, they dodged to the side. However, there were still 2 people with relatively slow reactions, and they could not dodge in time. The powerful light hit them head-on, and their bodies were instantly torn into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere, and broken internal organs scattered on the ground. You? The silver-masked man was both shocked and furious, and he was extremely annoyed. All of these were elite experts that he'd personally trained, yet in just a short moment, 11 of them had been killed by Chu Hen, and it truly caused him to feel great pain. However, Before the silver-masked man could flare up, Chu Hen had charged over first and launched a second round of attacks. "Stinking kid, you're courting death." The man's killing intent stacked up as his hands held a strand of powerful true essence, and then he pushed out with his palms, causing a vast and surging force from his palms to sweep towards Chu Hen like a landslide. Cold lights surged in Chu Hen's eyes, and the pair of violet light wings unfolded behind him glowed brilliantly. The violet light that was restless to the extreme suffused out and enveloped Chu Hen's body, and it formed the silhouette of a divine bird with oppressive, imposing aura. It was violent to the point it seemed like a ferocious beast that was on the verge of breaking through its shackles. Shadow wing slash. Bang! The swift and fierce shadow wing slash collided fiercely with the opponent's majestic palm force. The heavens and the earth dimmed, and circles of majestic chi waves wantonly swept out. The demonic purple light spread out in all directions, and the buildings within a radius of nearly 100 meters collapsed with a loud bang. Everyone present was greatly shocked, and they saw that Chu Hen relied on his own strength to withstand the full force of the silver-masked man's palm. Along with the violent true essence aftermath, Chu Hen directly broke through the opponent's huge palm force, and a hint of ruthlessness appeared between his extraordinary brows. The space trembled slightly, and a cyan rune suddenly appeared in front of Chu Hen. Gale rune! Whoosh! The airflow between heaven and earth became abnormally chaotic, and a gale suddenly rose. The strong airflow that originated from all directions began to press towards the silver-masked man. Chu Hen's cold eyes stared at the opponent, and his lips moved slightly as he coldly spat out a few words. "Shadow moon?" The silver-masked man was shocked, and then he coldly snorted and said, "Humph, with just your little ability, you want to trap me?" Thundernet shield. Chi-chi! In an instant, a dazzling silver lightning power immediately erupted from the man's body, and the crisscrossing lightning net instantly formed a lightning ball that was more than 2 meters in diameter, forming an all-round defense shield. Previously, in the Earth list battle, the man had seen Chu Hen perform the Shadow Moon dance. Using the speed of the saber and the speed of the movement, he specifically attacked the opponent's weakest point. Although this kind of saber technique was extremely difficult to deal with, it was not impossible to break. The most effective way to break it was to restrict Chu Hen's movement, so that he could not complete the saber in a very short time. Humph! However, at this moment, a mocking smile appeared on Chu Hen's face. What an idiot! What? The silver-masked man could not help but be shocked. He saw that Chu Hen did not use the move of the Shadow Moon dance. Instead, he held the limitless Fang with both hands and lowered the saber to his chest. Then he pushed out with both hands, and the sharp black saber stabbed towards the opponent like a sharp sword. He was tricked. Chu Hen had no intention of using the Shadow Moon dance at all. The reason why he made that kind of attack was to make the opponent disperse the originally concentrated defense to the whole body. In this way, the frontal defense would definitely be weakened. Chi-chi, the limitless Fang, which was flickering with active black and purple light, dragged a series of saber shadows in the air and then steadily pierced through the layer of lightning net. The extremely restless lightning scuttled up the saber like a silver snake and extended towards Chu Hen. However, Chu Hen did not care. He gritted his teeth and stabbed the limitless Fang into the opponent's abdomen. Hiss! A bright red flower of blood floated like raindrops, and the rapid airflow filled the sky. Chu Hen's ice-cold eyes surged with a cold sharpness. Humph! The royal family's dark team is only SOSO. A sharp pain spread from his abdomen, and the eyes behind the silver mask were filled with deep shock and disbelief. Ever since he joined the royal family's dark team, he had carried out countless dangerous missions and had countless experiences of brushing shoulders with death. But today it was just a simple capture mission, and it was a crushing defeat. Leader! The rest of the experts from the dark team were shocked, and without saying anything, they all launched a fierce attack. Colorful rays of light flew towards Chu Hen. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold, and he quickly pulled out the limitless fang from the opponent's abdomen. Then he kicked the opponent's wound heavily, and at the same time he used the recoil to dodge backwards. Boom! Bang! A series of forces collided in the air, setting off waves of chaotic aftershocks. The silver-masked man directly smashed into a building, causing rocks to swirl in the air. More than half of the building collapsed. "I'll return it to you." Chu Hen coldly smiled. At this moment, the fight seemed to have attracted the attention of other places. "Chu Hen, that little thief is over there. Don't let him escape." Many powerful figures quickly rushed over, and the commander of the Imperial Guards, Zhao Bei, and the Wei family's patriarch, Wei Gang, were among them. Chapter 341. Don't let that little thief Chu Hen get away. He's over there. Go after him. Very soon, the Imperial Guards, led by Zhao Bei and the Wei family's patriarch, Wei Gang, led many experts over. When they saw the chaotic scene of the battle just now, everyone was stunned. The Dark Team? Seeing Zhao Bei, Wei Gang, and the others, the members of the Dark Team were especially embarrassed. As the Imperial family's strongest elite team, they were utterly defeated by Chu Hen alone. It was really embarrassing. Fortunately, everyone was wearing a mask which covered them a little. Go after him. Everyone didn't stay here for long and directly chased in the direction that Chu Hen escaped. The whole city was in chaos, and all kinds of people began to anxiously capture Chu Hen. Little thief Chu Hen, let's see where you can run to. Suddenly, a sinister figure scuttled out from a deep alley below and blocked Chu Hen's path. Meddlesome! Chu Hen's face turned cold. Not only did he not stop, but he also suddenly accelerated. The limitless fang dragged a bright crescent shadow in the air, and Chu Hen instantly arrived behind that person. Along with a painful scream, the sinister figure's eyes widened, and a knife wound that reached straight to his heart appeared on his chest. Scarlet blood quickly spurted out, and that person powerlessly fell from midair. However, the moment after Chu Hen finished killing that person, another person jumped out to block his way. Little thief Chu Hen, you can't escape even if you have wings. Why don't you give me your head so that I can get a reward from the Wei family's patriarch? Along with frivolous words, that person slashed at Chu Hen with his long sword. Chu Hen raised his handsome eyebrows and dodged sideways, easily dodging the other party's attack. Ha! I didn't know that killing me could get a reward. Humph. Patriarch Wei, you should at least show some courtesy. Instead of receiving your reward from Wei Gang, it's better to receive it from me. I'll give you a saber strike. Take it. Just as he finished speaking, Chu Hen's body erupted with a powerful hidden force. With a flick of his wrist, he swung his saber. A piercingly cold black saber light extended along the blade of limitless fang for more than 10 meters. The peerlessly domineering saber shadow slashed down, stirring up a thick aura of death, and landed on the figure holding the sword. The latter turned pale with fright, and his face immediately turned pale. Bang! Chu Hen's saber had cleaved his opponent into 2 halves. Red and white liquid and broken internal organs were thrown out wantonly. Chu Hen showed no mercy at all. In the process of escaping, there are constantly people who tried to block their way. Chu Hen slaughtered his way out with unstoppable momentum, creating a path of blood. However, Zhao Bei, Wei Gang, and the others were getting closer and closer. The distance between them was rapidly shrinking. Chu Hen was secretly alarmed. If this continued, it would be troublesome. Previously, he had been heading out of the city, but now he had unknowingly been chased into the central part of the city. A river appeared in front of Chu Hen's eyes. This is the only way. Chu Hen's eyes lit up. Without saying anything else, he directly flew to the sky above the crossing city river. Then, without any hesitation, he dived into the river. Little bastard, where do you think you're going? Wei Gang, who had already caught up, was furious. A monstrous and powerful aura erupted from his body, and a dazzling golden radiance swept out in all directions like the sun. At this moment, Wei Gang seemed to have transformed into a sun from the 9 heavens, emitting a terrifying and destructive aura that sent chills down one's spine. Heavenly Sun Illusory Annihilation Fist. Accompanied by Wei Gang's angry roar, he blasted his fist toward the river below. In an instant, tens of thousands of incomparably dazzling golden rays poured down, all hitting the river below. Boom! Bang! Layers upon layers of shocking waves soared into the sky, and the river within a radius of 1 to 200 meters exploded. The extremely penetrating golden rays were like 10,000 arrows shot at the same time, and the terrifying impact caused the river below to churn like a tidal wave. It was as chaotic as a tsunami, constantly causing violent turbulence. The people behind him were all shocked by Wei Gang's astonishing aura, and none of them dared to approach him. "Chu Hen, you little thief, get out here." Wei Gang blasted out punch after punch and slashed out palm after palm. The river was churning, and huge waves blotted out the sky and covered the earth, scattering in all directions. The originally clear river water had become extremely turbid. However, the continuous, indiscriminate bombardment was unable to force Chu Hen out of the water. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the splashing waves on the surface of the water. After half a cup of tea's time, no one came out. Where is he? He couldn't have been blasted into pieces by Wei family's master, right? Even so, there should still be blood floating out. The river below the city connects the eastern and southern districts. That little thief can't have gone far. Commander of the Imperial Guards, Zhao Bei's eyes were cold as he shouted in a low voice, split into 2 teams. One team will search the eastern district, and the other will search the southern district. We must capture that little thief Chu Hen and bring him to justice. Yes. Immediately, everyone quickly followed the city through the river toward the eastern and southern districts. Once again, Chu Hen had slipped away from under his nose. Wei Gang was burning with rage, and his face was incomparably gloomy and ashen. "Family head, please don't be angry. Even if that little bastard doesn't die, he'll definitely be heavily injured. As long as he's in the capital, we'll definitely drag him out and pay with our lives, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground." One of the Wei family elders spoke up. Wei Gang clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles creaked. "Search the entire city. Pass down my order. Whoever can capture that little thief Chu Hen will be satisfied with anything that our Wei family can offer. In order to capture Chu Hen, Wei Gang had really spared no expense. For the rest of the day, the entire capital descended into chaos. Imperial guards could be seen patrolling the streets and alleys. The various gates and exits of the capital were heavily guarded, and many more troops had been deployed. Anyone who left the city was strictly investigated, as if they were pursuing the most heinous criminals. While the Imperial Guards, Southern Prince residents, and Wei family hunted down Chu Hen, all the instructors and students in Tensei Prefecture were mobilized. They were also secretly searching for Chu Hen's whereabouts. Although they were going against the Imperial family, the upper echelons of Tensei Prefecture could not just watch as Chu Hen became the target of public criticism. The only thing they could do was to find a way to send Chu Hen away before he fell into the hands of the Imperial family. And so 3 days passed. It was as if Chu Hen had disappeared. No matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find a trace of him. Chapter 342. Under the twilight, the Qi God Mountain was shrouded in a peaceful sunset glow. Towering mountains and lofty ridges were surrounded by clouds and mist. Dense spiritual energy filled the undulating mountain range. It was picturesque, like a paradise on earth. This place was far away from the mundane world. It was a rare place to cultivate in seclusion in the sacred Star Dynasty. On the central peak of the Qi Mountain, there was a majestic Tao platform. There was a person sitting on the platform. It was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man who looked very pleasing to the eye. His gentle and refined temperament was revealed from between his brows. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the good and evil of the world. He quietly stared at the chess game in front of him. He played the game alone, controlling the black and white pieces, although it was a chess game for one person. The middle-aged man did not seem to feel bored. The black and white pieces were all within his control. At this moment, a faint sound of footsteps could be heard. There was a slight ripple in the middle-aged man's eyes. The footsteps were getting closer, coming from the foot of the mountain. Each step on the bluestone steps was steady and powerful. Then, a figure dressed in black appeared at this place. It was a tall figure. Although his aura was restrained, there was still a heroic aura between his brows. The man in black stopped and did not speak. A cool mountain breeze blew, but there was an indescribable coldness. Clack! The gentleman sitting on the platform placed the last chess piece. The two chess pieces fought, and in the end, the white piece won against the black piece. He slowly raised his head and looked at the man in black. Then, a gentle smile appeared on his face. 10 years is really like a day. It seems that the peaceful days are coming to an end. The imperial capital. For several days, the entire city was in turmoil. The imperial family, the South Prince's residence, the Wei family, and other major forces quickly surrounded and captured Chu Hen. Who would have thought that, in less than a month, the Sky List champion Chu Hen would become a felon that was being hunted by the entire city? The dazzling halo faded a little too quickly. The development and direction of the matter was completely out of everyone's control. Night. The night of the imperial city was still bright and bustling with activity. However, compared to before, he was clearly much more solemn and nervous. 3 days ago, by the river where Chu Hen disappeared, the riverbank, which was usually bustling at night, had become deserted. At a glance, he could only see a few drunkards or their partners. The weeping willow on the shore swayed its slender branches and leaves in the wind. Under the dim light of the night, it looked like the messy hair of a demon. A tall and graceful figure stood quietly under the willow tree by the riverbank. Her eyes were filled with helplessness as she gazed at the lake, giving off a different kind of faint melancholy. Just then, a cool breeze came from behind her. Huang Fuqing's beautiful eyes lifted as her eyebrows relaxed. She hurriedly turned around, only to see a blurry black figure under a willow tree not far away. Chu! A hint of surprise appeared on her beautiful face as she walked towards the black figure. When Huang Fuqing walked in front of him, the black figure raised his head and revealed a slightly pale but handsome face. "Are you hurt?" "I'm fine." Chu Hen answered calmly. "Where have you been hiding these days?" "In the water." When Chu Hen escaped to this place, he directly jumped into the river. Other people only thought that he had borrowed the underwater passage of the city crossing river to escape to the eastern and southern city districts. But Chu Hen had done the exact opposite. He stayed in the same place and used the rune technique, water restraining spell, to obtain oxygen, staying in the water. Looking at Chu Hen, who was in a mess, Huang Fuqing felt guilty. "I'm sorry. It has nothing to do with you. I will definitely help you find the murderer." "I have already guessed who the murderer is." "What?" "Huang Fuliang." Chu Hen's eyes were filled with coldness. He said, "I really can't think of anyone else except him. The silver-masked member of the Dark Team is a witness. I purposely left him alive. If you can, start with him." "The silver-masked member of the Dark Team? It's him." Huang Fuqing's expression changed. She unconsciously clenched her fists and frowned. Chu Hen saw the change in her expression and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" "He is the Divine Queen's henchman." Her voice was calm, but it was filled with helplessness. "The Divine Queen?" Chu Hen's eyes became colder and colder. The biggest culprit behind the scenes is indeed her. At this point, Chu Hen had more or less figured out what was going on. The reason why things had developed to this point in just a few days was not because of how sensational Wei Qingfan's death was. The one who caused all of this was the person behind the scenes who added fuel to the flames. The reason why Huang Fuliang killed Wei Qingfan was because he wanted to frame Chu Hen. However, the divine queen knew the truth, but she didn't turn a blind eye to it. Instead, she took advantage of this opportunity to eliminate Chu Hen. I really admire Huang Fuliang more and more. I didn't expect him to be able to predict this. Killing intent surged in Chu Hen's eyes. If Prince Nen hadn't stopped him in the Heavenless tournament, Huang Fuliang would have been killed by his saber. Humph, I really don't dare to compliment your royal family's actions. No wonder Uncle Jean told me since I was young that being with the emperor is like being with a tiger. I shouldn't get involved in politics. Chu Hen's words were filled with sarcasm. Huang Fuqing bit her red lips with her teeth, her eyes almost dripping with tears. What Chu Hen said was no different from scolding her as well. Chu Hen, tell me the truth. Did you secretly read the Sacred Star, Heavenly Book? What's the point of saying this now? Chu Hen coldly retorted. Now that things have developed to this point, you know it better than me. The imperial family simply cannot tolerate me because I made your imperial family lose face in the Heaven List Great Battle. The one who won the championship was not someone from your imperial family. Huang Fuqing's body trembled slightly. Her face was pale. Indeed, she knew it better than anyone else. From the moment the divine queen suspected that Chu Hen had peeked at the Sacred Star Heavenly Book, she had been on guard against Chu Hen. What was royal power? The so-called imperial power was supreme, and only one family reigned supreme. Anyone who threatened the imperial power or peeped into the secrets of the imperial family was absolutely not allowed to enter. For example, the secrets of the Sacred Star Heavenly Book could only be enjoyed by the royal family. Outsiders couldn't peek at it. That was royal power. Chu Hen's performance in the Heaven List tournament had shocked everyone. Although he had won the championship 3 times in a row for the Sacred Star Dynasty, he had also destroyed one of Huang Fuliang's arms, which was a slap to the royal family's face. That was something the royal family wouldn't allow to happen, because the royal family was supreme. Anyone who dared to challenge the royal family would have to pay the price. However, Chu Hen had overestimated the breadth of the royal family. He had thought that he would be ostracized in the capital, but he didn't expect the royal family to eliminate him in this way. He didn't expect things to happen so fast. It had only been less than a month since the Heaven List tournament ended, and something unexpected had happened. This was where Chu Hen had misjudged. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that about you. Looking at Huang Fuqing's wronged face, Chu Hen's tone softened a little. He knew that Huang Fuqing had been helping him. The divine queen was the real ruler of the royal family. As for Huang Fu Hao and Princess Huang Fuqing, they were just decorations. Hearing Chu Hen's apology, Huang Fuqing felt even worse. She let out a long breath and said in a low voice, "Let me take you out of here first." Chu Hen smiled and didn't say anything. However, at this moment, a few figures hurriedly walked across the street in the distance. They were mumbling something as they walked. TSK, this is too much. Too much. What now? The royal family just issued 2 edicts. One of them said that anyone who sees Chu Hen is to be killed without mercy. What else? Long Qingyang and Long Xuanxuang are both under house arrest. Even the people in Tensei Prefecture who are on good terms with Chu Hen are under house arrest. As long as Chu Hen doesn't show up, they will be under house arrest. Damn, the royal family is too cruel. No matter what, Chu Hen's merits outweigh his faults. He doesn't deserve to be sentenced to death. Don't talk about it. Don't talk about it. Let's go back. The capital won't be peaceful in the near future. Although the voices of those few people were soft, Chu Hen could hear them clearly. Huang Fuqing paled again, her eyes trembling as she looked at his frosty face. Chu Hen, leave first. I will help you get Long Qingyang and Long Xuanxuang out of here. Trust me." At this moment, her elegant and refined face was filled with panic. She tried to calm Chu Hen down. Chu Hen's face was cold and fierce, his flames of anger ready to break through this last barrier at any moment. "Xia Qing." Chu Hen looked her straight in the eye and said solemnly, "I need you to do me a favor." Send someone to Qishan Mountain and find someone called Li Wushang." Li Wushang. For some reason, he was the first person that came to Chu Hen's mind. That mysterious man with purple eyes just like him. Chu Hen didn't know if Li Wushang could help him get through this, but he couldn't think of any other way. "All right, I'll go now." Huang Fuqing nodded. "You can't go. Go to Tensei Prefecture immediately and ask Principal Jiang to send someone." Long Qingyang and Long Xuanxuang were both under house arrest. If something happened and Huang Fuqing wasn't in the capital, he would be helpless. Therefore, Huang Fuqing had to stay in the capital. Similarly, Chu Hen couldn't leave alone. Chapter 343. In the imperial capital, the entire city was still shrouded in a tense atmosphere. The imperial city. Huang Fu Hao, who was flipping through a book, was so startled by the sudden opening of the door that he dropped the book to the ground. Imperial sister!" Huang Fu Hao nervously looked at Huang Fuqing, who had not returned to the imperial palace for several days. The latter's face was as cold as ice and her eyes were slightly red. This was the first time in recent years that Huang Fu Hao had seen her in such a daze. "Imperial sister, I'm sorry." Huang Fu Hao pursed his lips and swallowed. "I didn't want to issue those 3 edicts. I had no choice." Looking at the powerless Huang Fu Hao, her eyes revealed an indescribable helplessness and sadness. "Perhaps you really shouldn't be the emperor." "Imperial sister, Without waiting for the man to finish, Huang Fuqing left the room and disappeared into the night. Outside the Divine Empress's palace. "Your Highness, the Divine Empress is already resting. If there's anything, please come back tomorrow." The fiend duo who were standing guard outside the palace blocked Huang Fuqing's way. "I have an important matter to discuss with my mother," Huang Fuqing coldly said. "Your Highness, this is the Divine Empress's order. No one is to be summoned during the night." The skinny old monster replied indifferently. There was no respect for Huang Fuqing in his tone at all. "I told you to get out of the way. Your Highness, could it be that you want to force your way in?" Old Monster Ying's eyes were slightly cold, revealing a chilling intent. On the other side, Old Monster, who proudly said, "Your Highness, I know that you are extremely talented and have a powerful cultivation, but in front of us 2 monsters, you are still a little immature. I hope that your Highness can understand us. If we disturb the Divine Empress's rest, I'm afraid that no one will be able to bear the responsibility." These words were filled with threats. Huang Fuqing was so angry that her face paled, but she could do nothing about the fiend duo's strength. She could only let it go. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. The search team in the capital was still guarding every pass in the city day and night. No matter who it was at the 4 city gates, they would have to go through extremely strict checks. However, it was as if Chu Hen had disappeared. No trace of him could be found at all. On the 5th day after the imperial family issued the order to hunt down and kill Chu Hen, another shocking piece of news spread throughout the imperial city. "Your Divine Majesty, this subordinate has something to report." "Speak." Reporting to the Divine Empress, Long Zhan of the General's estate of Raging Rain City requests an audience outside the imperial city. "Long Zhan." The Divine Empress stood up from her seat behind the bead curtain and said thoughtfully, "Humph, it seems that even the heavens don't want to let that treacherous thing, Chu Hen, escape. That Long Zhan has come at the right time. Your Divine Majesty, should we summon Long Zhan into the palace?" "No." The Divine Empress rejected the idea without the slightest hesitation. She opened her mouth and said Have Long Zhan stand outside the imperial palace and have the imperial guard stand guard. Also have His Majesty issue an imperial decree. 3 days from now, this Empress will personally accompany His Majesty in judging Long Zhan's family for the crime of rebellion. Yes, Your Divine Majesty. The arrival of Long Zhan of Raging Rain City once more caused quite a stir in the capital. In the past, few people would have known who Long Zhan was. But now, everyone knew that Long Zhan was Chu Hen's adoptive father. He was also Long Qingyang, Long Xuanchuang's father. Many people standing on Chu Hen's side felt helpless about Long Zhan's appearance at this time. The matter had already been chaotic enough, and now that Long Zhan had come, it gave the imperial clan a bargaining chip to threaten Chu Hen. Long Qingyang and Long Xuanchuang were already under house arrest. With the addition of Long Zhan, they were clearly trying to force Chu Hen out. In addition, over at Tifeng province, "Elder sister, let me out. I want to find big brother Chu Hen." The tables, chairs, and teacups in the room had all been thrown into disorder by her. For the past few days, she had been crying and throwing a tantrum, unable to rest for even a moment. As for Yi Yu, who had been watching over her, she had also been mentally and physically exhausted by her antics. "So what if you find him? Are you going to die with him?" Yi Yu coldly replied, "Yes, I'm going to die with him." Yi Yao unhesitatingly blurted out, "What did you say?" "I said that I'd rather die with big brother Chu Hen than to drag out an ignoble existence. If it wasn't for me, he wouldn't have gone to Wei Qingfan's place. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been the one to blame for this." Yi Yao's teary eyes were filled with heart-wrenching sadness. She looked at Yi Yu, no longer feeling as dependent as before. She choked out, "You didn't cherish that man, but I don't want to give up on him." "You didn't cherish that man, but I don't want to give up on him." When she heard this, Yi Yu's body trembled uncontrollably. Her eyes were filled with surprise. Her usually obedient younger sister had actually said such things to her. With that, Yi Yao ignored the dazed Yi Yu and ran out of the room with hot tears in her eyes. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. A vast square had been set up at the main entrance of the imperial city. Imperial guards armed with long spears and wearing heavy armor were scattered around the palace gate. The enormous palace door was open, and it was luxurious, dignified, and tall, displaying a majestic and dignified aura. The gate of the imperial palace looked like another majestic city gate. At this moment, the area around the palace gate was already filled with people. Many students and teachers from Tensei Prefecture were nervously looking around, trying to find that familiar figure in the crowd. In the center of the square, surrounded by the imperial guards, stood a middle-aged man. The man was tall and had a steady aura. Between his brows, he exuded an innate heroic spirit. For 3 days, Long Zhan had been standing there, not drinking a drop of water or eating a grain of rice. However, his eyes were bright like torches. "Your Majesty, the Divine Empress, and the Princess have arrived." At this moment, accompanied by a loud and clear voice, Huangfu Hao, Huangfu Qing, and the Divine Empress climbed up the grand palace wall, accompanied by a group of guards and maids. The Divine Empress was still guarded by the fiend duo. In comparison, Huangfu Hao's side only had a few armed guards. This commoner, Long Zhan, kowtows in salute to your Majesty. The Divine Empress and the Princess, Long Zhan waved his sleeves, then knelt on both knees and kowtowed. "Humph!" The Divine Empress sneered. She looked down at Long Zhan and said, "Long Zhan, you really have guts. The son you taught is actually a traitor who rebelled against his superiors." With that, the guards brought Long Qingyang and Long Xuanchuang here. Father, why are you here?" Long Qingyang and his sister, who had been under house arrest all this time, did not know that Long Zhan had come to the imperial city. Now that father and daughter had met again, under such circumstances it made one sigh. Several guards held their spears in front of the two of them, preventing them from taking a step forward. As he looked at his children, Long Zhan's face showed a hint of warmth. Yang, Shuang, father is here. Leave it to me. Father, you shouldn't have come. Long Qingyang frowned. His eyes filled with helplessness. Long Xuan, who was always as cold as ice, had a helpless expression on her face. Long Zhan shook his head, then stood up and said sternly, "Of my 3 children, 2 have been imprisoned for no reason, and 1 is being pursued throughout the city. As a father, what reason do I have not to come? How dare you, Long Zhan? I haven't even allowed you to rise." The Holy Empress coldly stared at Long Zhan and said with a hint of anger in her tone, "Your father, General Long Bo, was a famous general of this dynasty. Do you still remember Long Bo's military slogan?" Of course, Long Zhan remembers. Loyalty, righteousness, bravery. Loyalty, righteousness, bravery, bravery. How dare your Long family talk about loyalty in front of me after committing such a shameful act? Let me ask you, Long Zhan, do you have the face to stand under the feet of the Son of Heaven? The Divine Empress's face was full of disdain and mockery. Not far away, Huang Fu Hao and Huang Fu Qing could not even get a word in edgewise. It was clear that the Divine Empress intended for her to handle this matter personally. In the face of the Divine Empress' harsh words, Long Zhan remained unmoved. He took a step forward and said, "My old father has been on the battlefield for many years, leaving behind a loyal heart, a righteous courage. I am indebted to the late Emperor's love, allowing the old man's reputation to be passed down for generations to come. However, Long Zhan is only a first-rank weed. Today, I only came here with the identity of a father. I only want to ask Your Majesty and the Divine Empress to return my son Chu Hen's innocence." Long Zhan's words were powerful and resonant. Countless people present couldn't help but be moved by this. The Divine Empress, however, did not seem to care. "Long Zhan, you keep saying that Chu Hen was wrongly accused. Then I would like to ask, where is he now? If he was wrongly accused, why don't you dare to come out? Chu Hen is here." Just as the Divine Empress finished speaking, a cold voice came from the back of the crowd. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The crowd quickly parted, and a young man with a sharp aura gradually walked out from the back. The surrounding disciples of the Heavenly Star Marshal House frowned, their faces filled with worry. On the palace wall, Huang Fu Qing clenched her fists and bit her lips. Her eyes were full of complicated emotions. Chapter 344. In the end, Chu Hen still came. When they saw Chu Hen, who seemed to have disappeared from the world for several days, everyone present had different emotions. After a few days of not seeing each other, the youth before them seemed to have slimmed down a little. His resolute features were more distinct, and his deep eyes were as resplendent as the stars. Hua! Immediately after, a dozen Imperial Army guards, wielding sharp weapons, stepped forward and surrounded Chu Hen. Chu Hen looked at Long Zhan in front of him, his eyes filled with guilt and shame. "Uncle Zhan, Chu Hen is unfilial and has caused you trouble." After not seeing each other for more than a year, there was an indescribable sadness in the reunion of these two, who were not father and son, but were definitely not inferior to any father and son. When they met again, Chu Hen could not help but discover that the tall and handsome Long Zhan did not seem to be as burly as before. "Henner, you have grown a lot taller. After not seeing you for so long, Uncle Zhan misses you very much." Ha! Hearty laughter came from Long Zhan's mouth. It was a feeling of happiness and carefreeness from the bottom of his heart. Even under such circumstances, this man called Long Zhan still had his own pride. "Take down the traitor Chu Hen," Commander Zhao Bei of the Imperial Army shouted. "Yes." Several guards immediately went up and pressed down on Chu Hen's shoulders as they fiercely reprimanded him. "Kneel." Chu Hen frowned. Because Long Zhan was here, he did not resist. However, his knees did not bend, and his body was as straight as a javelin. Kneel, do you hear me? 2 guards kicked at Chu Hen's knees, intending to force him to the ground. However, Chu Hen still did not waver, and his posture was straight as a ramrod. The people of Tensei Prefecture, who were watching from afar, were furious. This was too much. Enough! Huang Fuqing couldn't help but coldly shout from above the city wall. The guards holding Chu Hen turned their gazes to Commander Zhao Bei. The latter raised his head and glanced at the divine Empress above the city gates. Seeing that her expression was calm and without any signs of displeasure, Zhao Bei immediately waved his hand, indicating for the two to stop attacking Chu Hen. Long Zhan! The divine Empress stared coldly at the Long family members and said, "What else do you have to say?" Without waiting for Long Zhan to speak, Chu Hen shouted in a deep voice, "I will bear the consequences of my own actions. The crimes that I, Chu Hen, have committed have nothing to do with my family." "Well done. You'll have to bear the consequences of your own actions. You've openly committed murder in the imperial capital and flouted the law. Men, throw Chu Hen into the death row for me and await his punishment." The divine Empress shouted coldly. "Wait." Long Zhan raised his hand and said in a loud and powerful voice, "Divine Empress, your Majesty, please state clearly, what crime has Chu Hen committed?" What crime has he committed? Putting aside the matter of him killing Wei Qingfan for the moment, several days ago, he fled to escape punishment and killed 10 odd elites of the imperial household's hidden troops. Based on this crime alone, he cannot escape death. A cold wind blew past them. At this moment, anyone could clearly understand that the divine Empress would definitely not let Chu Hen off today. Long Zhan raised his thick eyebrows, and his pair of calm eyes revealed a decisive look. "Divine Empress, your Majesty, it is said that it is the father's fault to raise but not to teach. As Chu Hen's adoptive father, I failed to strictly discipline him, resulting in today's situation. I, Long Zhan, am willing to bear all of Chu Hen's crimes. I hope that your Majesty will be merciful and spare Chu Hen's life." What? As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked. Long Qingyang and Long Xuanxuang instantly paled, their eyes surging with panic. "No, Uncle Zhan." Chu Hen was even more furious, his emotions abnormally restless. Several guards tightly gripped Chu Hen's shoulders and arms, preventing him from moving. "Uncle Zhan, this matter has nothing to do with you. There's no need for you to bear it for me. Henner." Long Zhan's tone was warm, his eyes filled with love. "Since you were young, Uncle Zhan has never been able to do anything for you. Even when I learned that your martial vein had been crippled and the tendons of your arms and legs severed, I could only watch helplessly. If I, Long Zhan, can exchange for your safety, what is a trifling life?" No. Chu Hen shook his head, his heart filled with unprecedented anxiety and panic. Then Long Zhan's eyes focused on the divine Empress and his Majesty on the wall, and he said righteously, "I hope that your Majesty and your Majesty will grant my request." Huang Fu Hao said nothing, only looking at the divine Empress. The divine Empress said coldly, "Fine, in consideration of old General Long Bo's countless contributions on the battlefield for this dynasty, this Empress is willing to give you a chance. Since you, Long Zhan, are willing to bear all of his crimes, this Empress can spare his life. I hope that your Majesty will keep your promise." When has this Empress ever lied? "Fine." Long Zhan's aura surged, and he took a step forward, a valiant and powerful aura spreading in all directions. The wind howled and air currents gathered. Then Long Zhan raised his right arm and pointed his index finger at the sky. His thunderous voice shook everyone's eardrums. "Today, your Majesty, in front of everyone here, has personally promised me that as Long Zhan is dead, you will spare Chu Hen's life." If his voice paused and he changed the topic, "If your Majesty goes back on your word, I, Long Zhan, will ensure that my heroic soul remains in this world to protect my son. My heroic soul shall not be extinguished and shall remain in this world to ensure the safety of my son." In an instant, everyone present was shocked by Long Jean's bold and magnificent words. Then Long Jean's gaze swept over Long Qingyang, Long Xuanxuang, and Chu Hen. His valiant eyes were filled with love and hope. "Yang, Shuang, Hen, the three of you are the greatest pride of Long Jean's life. As a father, I have no regrets in doing this. No, don't." Long Qingyang's teeth chattered, his eyes pleading. "Father, don't!" Long Xuanxuang, who had always been strong, had tears in her eyes. She had completely let go of her usual iciness and shouted weakly, "I will never forgive you. You have no regrets, but I do. Uncle Jean, I beg you, don't die for me." Chu Hen's eyes were red. He had never been so afraid before. "Uncle Jean, I beg you," but Long Jean's face revealed a warm and comforting smile. "Don't be sad. Your father will always be here. No matter where I am, I will always watch you grow." The air seemed to become abnormally quiet. Long Qingyang, Long Xuanxuang, and Chu Hen all stared with wide eyes, their minds trembling as they struggled to break free from the guard's control. However, at this time, Long Jean waved his hand at the three of them. His gentle voice and smile made them feel comfortable. "Remember, your father will always be here for the three of you. Goodbye. Goodbye." Those three words were as light as a feather, but they struck Chu Hen, Long Qingyang, and Long Xuanxuang like a bolt of lightning. His loving smile was like a sharp knife that pierced straight into their hearts. Boom! In the next moment, a powerful aura erupted from Long Jean's body. A ball of scorching red flames shot into the sky and enveloped Long Jean within it. Deep sorrow, solemnity, and boundless heroism swept through the entire area. No! Long Qingyang and Long Xuanxuang were hysterical, their eyes wide open in shock. The merciless crimson flames directly engulfed Long Jean. Long Jean didn't resist in the slightest and allowed the flames to engulf every inch of his body. Ah! Chu Hen felt as if a knife was twisting in his heart. His knees gave out as he knelt on the ground. 2 streams of hot tears rolled down his cheeks as Chu Hen looked up to the sky and howled, "Uncle Jean!" The bleak and cold wind blew past. Long Jean's body turned into ashes in the merciless flames. His ashes danced in the wind like the dust of heaven and earth. Every speck of dust was the greatest pain for Chu Hen and the rest. At that moment, everyone watching from afar was stunned. Looking at the trembling Chu Hen kneeling on the ground, the people of Tensei Prefecture felt a deep sense of helplessness and sorrow. Everyone was especially shocked in their hearts. This Long Jean could be considered as a great hero who could support the heavens and the earth. On the city walls, the divine empress looked at the scene coldly and shouted, "Men, here, take down Chu Hen the traitor." Yes, what? Everyone was shocked once again. Huang Fuqing's beautiful eyes widened, and she shouted coldly, "Mother? Long Jean is dead. How can you go back on your words?" "Humph, I only said that I would spare his life. I didn't say that he would be absolved of his crimes. He can be spared from death, but he must be punished. Destroy Chu Hen the traitor's cultivation and throw him into the dungeon for life." Boom! The divine empress's words were like a bolt from the blue exploding in the air above everyone's heads. He could be spared from death, but he must be punished. Didn't this mean that Long Jean died for nothing? Once his cultivation was destroyed, he would be imprisoned in the dungeon for life. What was the difference between that and death? "Mother!" Huang Fuqing was both shocked and angry. "Shut up! Whoever dares to plead for that traitor will be punished severely." The divine empress was determined to get rid of Chu Hen. At the same time, she was telling everyone in the world that the imperial power was supreme in the sacred star dynasty. No matter who it was, those who dared to offend the imperial power would not have a good ending. Once the order was given, several guards armed with weapons once again surrounded Chu Hen in the middle. Ha 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 ha! But at this moment, Chu Hen laughed. He laughed almost crazily. His tear-stained face was so gloomy that it even looked a little ferocious. That pair of ice-cold eyes suddenly exploded with monstrous, killing intent. Bitch, I will kill you today. Boom! In the next moment, Chu Hen burst out in rage and stood up from the ground. A terrifying and furious aura soared into the sky. Boundless and berserk energy rippled like a mountain torrent that had erupted in an instant. A circle of vigorous air waves bloomed from Chu Hen's body. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of muffled bangs, the guards who were charging at Chu Hen were all smashed into clouds of blood mist. Everyone present turned pale with fright. The sky was dark and the earth was dark. Thunder and lightning intertwined. A thick black light and a demonic purple light were released from Chu Hen's body. Following that, the enormous power of the stars that was suppressed in his Dantian's sea of energy was like a raging tsunami. It completely broke through the shackles of the seal and completely exploded. The wind was raging and the clouds were scudding. With Chu Hen as the center, deep and dark cracks spread out on the ground. Inch by inch, the broken bricks were like a flock of startled moths. At this moment, Chu Hen was furious like a ferocious beast. His long hair fluttered and his clothes fluttered. A resplendent silver light bloomed from Chu Hen's body. The terrifying pressure shocked everyone present. Is it the power of the 7 stars? Oh my God! He actually obtained the power of the 7 stars. Everyone present was shocked when they saw Chu Hen erupt with a resplendent silver sacred radiance. The extremely terrifying energy was just like a volcano that had been suppressed for a long time. The violent energy filled every inch of Chu Hen's muscles, bones, skin, and flesh. Buzz! A silver light beam enveloped Chu Hen as it soared into the sky. The mighty purple light beam and the black light beam intertwined with each other as they rose into the sky. Under thousands of eyes that were filled with disbelief, Chu Hen's aura increased exponentially. He broke through the 7th level of the core transformation realm, then the 8th level. It was as if he broke through layers of shackles and broke through the shackles of the heavens. Like a tsunami, he stepped into the 9th level of the core transformation realm. In the blink of an eye, he broke through 3 levels. Everyone present was extremely shocked. Then, Chu Hen's aura continued to rise explosively. The Yuan Dan in his Dantian's Qi Si rapidly revolved. Everyone could clearly feel the uneasiness of the Yuan Dan in his body, as if it could split open at any time. What are you waiting for? Capture the traitor. The divine empress's face was covered in frost. Now that she had confirmed that Chu Hen had peeked into the secret of the sacred star, heavenly book, it was even more impossible for her to let him go. Swoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Hen directly leaped into the sky. His eyes were blood red. His furious aura shook the heavens and the earth as he charged toward the imperial city with a monstrous might. Bitch! Impudent! Old Monstering, one of the twin fiends, furiously roared. His figure moved, causing the airflow in all directions to become chaotic. He erupted with a mountain-like power that crushed toward Chu Hen. The space faintly trembled. Old Monstering, who had the strength of the void-piercing realm, displayed boundless true energy that covered the sky and the earth. It surged toward Chu Hen like a tidal wave. It was also at this moment that Chu Hen's entire body blossomed with a boundless silver radiance. Starlight scattered across the sky, causing the heavens and earth to lose color. The hearts of everyone present were shocked again and again. Their expressions changed again and again. This scene was extremely familiar. Alcade flash startled the heavens and earth. A heavy roar filled with boundless rage exploded above everyone's heads. In a split second, Chu Hen fiercely turned into a stream of silver light and shot out explosively. The silver stream of light shone brilliantly and dragged out a majestic air wave and light shadow in the air. The astonishing power and might shook the heavens and shook the earth. The silver meteor streaked across the sky. It was extremely fast and powerful. Compared to the move that Huang Fuliang had used in the Heaven Rankings battle, Chu Hen's aura was many times stronger. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion rang out as the silver meteor that Chu Hen had turned into collided with the power released by Old Monstering. An incomparably violent explosion instantly exploded in the sky, and a boundless aura spread out in all directions. Boundless destructive power poured out in all directions. It was like a meteorite that descended from the sky. It was unstoppable and forcefully shattered Old Monster Ying's attack layer by layer. Old Monster Ying's expression changed greatly. Then, with another loud bang, the silver meteor's power solidly hit his body. The space violently trembled. A vigorous wave of qi spread out in the sky. Old Monster indirectly spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Oh my God! How is this possible? He heavily injured a peak void-piercing realm expert with a cultivation of the 9th level of the core transformation realm. The shocking scene in front of everyone's eyes almost exploded. Buzz! In the next instant, the resplendent silver holy radiance rapidly retracted. Chu Hen, who was enveloped within the black and purple light, had blood-red eyes. He swept up killing intent that soared to the heavens and once again charged towards the majestic palace gates and city walls. At the same time, Old Monster, who of the Evil Star duo, also flew up. Buzz! Mighty and vigorous true origin energy was released from his body. Endless true origin energy was like a golden tide that covered the heavens and covered the earth. Covering the heavens, roar! Along with an incomparably ferocious roar of a tiger, the golden radiance that lingered around Old Monster, whose body instantly transformed into a huge, ferocious tiger's shadow. The terrifying aura of an ancient ferocious beast caused many people to be unable to move. This Old Monster, who had an imposing manner as if he wanted to kill Chu Hen on the spot. However, just at this time, a huge black wave that was like a stormy sea erupted from behind Chu Hen. Rays of black light rapidly gathered towards Chu Hen's palm. Whoosh! A cold and domineering black saber appeared in Chu Hen's hand. He raised the limitless Fong high, and a domineering black saber light rushed into the sky. The surging murderous aura poured down from the sky. Limitless demonic slash. Boom! After the silver meteor had caused the world to tremble with fear, another violent riot that caused one's heart to tremble with fear filled the world. The domineering black saber light fiercely chopped the ferocious tiger shadow. Chu Hen's killing intent soared to the sky, and he was like an unparalleled demon that had killed an ancient ferocious beast. The world shook and the sky was restless. The violent shock waves caused the ground to tremble incessantly. Scarlet blood continuously flowed from the corners of Chu Hen's mouth. Even so, his hands that were tightly holding the limitless Fong did not loosen even a little bit. Then the demonic purple light outside Chu Hen's body surged. The boundless anger pulsing in his eyes flickered with a demonic purple light. In the depths of the purple pupils, 3 black dots formed a tripod, emitting a violent and powerful aura. When Old Monster, who saw Chu Hen's mysterious demonic pupils, his mind suddenly trembled, and his consciousness blurred for a moment. In the next second, the black light revolving around the limitless Fong rose like a scorching flame. Accompanying it was a dense purple light and a resplendent silver starlight. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the heaven-shaking saber light chopped apart the massive tiger shadow and chopped down on Old Monster, whose body. Bang! A black halo spread out like ripples on the surface of the water. Bright flowers of blood bloomed in the sky. This was a blade formed from the power of primal chaos, the power of the demonic pupil, and the power of the 7 stars. It carried a destructive chi as it chopped down on Old Monster whose body, accompanied by an extremely shrill scream, a blade wound so deep that bone could be seen slashed down from Old Monster whose chest. Blood sprayed into the blue sky, and his organs ruptured. Old Monster, who was both shocked and furious, he had never imagined that a trifling Chu Hen would have the ability to injure him. The appearance of this scene caused countless people to be terrified to the point their faces turned ashen, and they trembled with fear. Protect the divine Empress! All the Imperial Army guards panicked. At this moment, the divine Empress had completely lost her previous solemn and cold arrogance. Her usual cold and aloof expression was nowhere to be seen. Under the protection of the guards, she hurriedly retreated to the rear. However, at this moment, Chu Hen, who was emitting a monstrous killing aura, was like a bloodthirsty Azura. A dense malevolence flashed across his incomparably chilling eyes. He did not bother about Old Demon, who, as his furious gaze directly shot towards the Saint Empress. "Old slut, pay with your life for my Uncle Jean's." The black saber rose and spat out a powerful light. Without any regard for his own safety, Chu Hen faced the fierce attacks of the Imperial Army guards and charged towards the Imperial city walls, allowing the attacks to cover the sky and land on his body. "Chu Hen, don't!" Huang Fuqing's beautiful face paled as deep shock surfaced in her beautiful eyes. However, Chu Hen did not care about it in the slightest. His blood-filled eyes were as cruel and merciless as a wild beast. Raising his limitless tooth, he slashed out a black blade aura towards the panicking divine Empress in the crowd. Bang, bang, bang! The Imperial guards blocking the front were cleaved in half like tofu by the black blade aura. Scarlet blood splattered everywhere and shattered organs flew everywhere. The swift and fierce blade aura did not diminish in the slightest, sweeping up a thick aura of death as it slashed towards the divine Empress. Hiss, saber light, and sword shadows, blood splattered. An arm wrapped in silk, and silk flew out. Chu Hen's saber had chopped off half of the divine Empress' left shoulder. Chapter 345. Boom! This extremely shocking scene almost caused the hearts and eyeballs of everyone present to explode. Everyone's faces instantly became incomparably pale. This was definitely a scene that they had never even dreamed of before. The enraged Chu Hen was crazily like a cruel beast. With the power of thunder, he bestowed a shocking might and forcefully chopped off the left half of the divine Empress' shoulder. Half of the shoulder that was wrapped in silk and satin was directly sent flying. The cold aura that erupted from this slash caused the hearts of countless people to tremble. It was resplendent and dazzling, and it left an indelible mark in everyone's memory. An incomparably miserable wail came from the divine Empress' mouth. The divine Empress, who was originally aloof, cold, and arrogant, and viewed the lives of others as nothing more than grass, was wailing unceasingly. She had completely lost her bearing, and she seemed like a crazy woman. His Majesty, Huang Fuhao, was so scared that his face turned pale. He panicked and trembled as he escaped to the back under the protection of the guards. Huang Fuqing's face was also filled with shock. Her fair and slender, jade-like hands lightly covered her red lips, and her pair of beautiful eyes were filled with dense complexity and disbelief. A piercingly cold wind danced in the air. A tragic and murderous aura filled the air. Chu Hen's ice-cold eyes revealed an incomparably cold glint, and the layers of fierce attacks from the guards on the city wall all landed on his body. "Die for me, you traitor!" Old Monstering, who had suffered from Chu Hen's shaking light flash, steadied his body and directly charged in front of Chu Hen. He raised his hand and heavily imprinted his palm on the latter's chest. Bang! Chu Hen, who was already covered in wounds, felt as if he was hit by a huge wave of energy. He spat out another mouthful of blood, and his entire body was sent flying from the city wall, heavily smashing into the ground. Rocks flew everywhere, and the ground cracked inch by inch. Chu Hen's body was dragged along the ground, and a gully that was several dozen meters long was created before he finally stopped. His entire body was in a sorry state, and he was dripping with blood. Wounds of various sizes covered Chu Hen's body. Tear this stinking brat into 1,000 pieces. Old monster, Ing shouted angrily. The Imperial Army guards pounced at Chu Hen like ferocious wolves. Their killing intent surged, and they were filled with both shock and anger. Not far away, Long Qingyang exploded as well, his raging murderous aura spreading in all directions. Bunch of dogs die. Buzz. The bone blaze, spiritual flame, and the mysterious disease, scarlet flame, 2 different kinds of domineering flames, rose like a raging tsunami, directly pouncing towards the Imperial Guards. The scorching heat waves caused the space to distort, and the flames surged violently like a mad dragon. With a series of miserable wails, dozens of Imperial Army guards were burned to ashes on the spot. Ice Soul Snow Guide. Long Xuanchuang's beautiful eyes were red, and the aura she exuded was bone-chilling. She pushed out a stream of white mystic ice chi from her jade-like palm, and the mist-like cold air invaded the bodies of the Imperial Army guards. In the next instant, all the guards who were touched by the mystic ice chi were turned into ice statues. With a gust of cold wind, all the ice statues were instantly blown into fine powder. The entire place was in chaos. Countless people gathered in the distance, fled in all directions. Kill. At this moment, a few dozen people dressed like commoners but with powerful auras suddenly rushed out from the chaotic crowd, accompanied by shouts and cries of killing. Protect eldest young master, second miss, and young master Hen, Long Kuei. Long Qingyang looked at the person leading the group, his eyes filled with astonishment. Long Kuei, the guard captain of the Long family. At a glance, the dozens of people were the guards of the Flaming Rain City's general residence. Eldest young master, take second miss and young master Hen away. Long Kuei cut down several Imperial Army guards with a single slash, then led the crowd to surround Long Qingyang, Long Xuanchuang, and Chu Hen in the middle, and quickly led them away. Unforeseen events happened one after another. Taking advantage of the chaotic scene in front of them, the members of the Heavenly Star Martial House took advantage of this opportunity to secretly obstruct the Imperial Guards. Coupled with the shocking events that had just happened, the Imperial Army Guards were still in a state of shock. They could only watch helplessly as the Long family led Chu Hen and the rest out of the encirclement and quickly left. I won't let you leave. You can't escape. The Saint Empress was like a crazy woman, her hair disheveled as she screamed on the city walls. Then she took out a strange jade talisman and crushed it with her remaining right hand. Imperial ancestor, the dynasty is in trouble. What? The Saint Empress spat out a few words that bordered on madness, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Crack! The clear cracking sound was unmistakable as the jade talisman in the Saint Empress's hand exploded into ice shards that scattered across the sky. Clang! An earth-shattering bolt of lightning exploded in the sky above the Imperial City. In the next moment, a terrifying and powerful aura suddenly erupted from the rear of the palace. Thick, dark clouds covered the sky, gathering above the Imperial Palace and violently churning. The sky darkened, and the sun and moon lost their light. Raging cold winds howled wantonly as an unshakable and terrifying aura pressed forward, filling the entire area with an endless chill. It felt as if an ancient beast that had been slumbering for a long time was about to awaken. Bzzz. Then a resplendent silver pillar of light shot into the sky, piercing straight into the 9 heavens. Within that pillar of light, a figure with an extremely powerful aura suddenly appeared. Heavens! That is! Everyone turned pale with fright as they stared at the powerful figure that had appeared in the world. Their eyes were wide open, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Such a terrifying aura. Could it be that he has already broken through to the profound world realm? Imperial ancestor? Principal Jiang of the Tensei Prefecture's lips moved slightly as he spat out 2 words with a trembling voice. He really is not dead yet. Everyone's heart trembled uneasily. The imperial family of the Sacred Star dynasty actually hid such an old monster. After the late emperor ascended the throne, there was no news of this imperial ancestor. There was no news of him at all. Even after the late emperor passed away and the new emperor, Huangfu, ascended the throne, there was no news of the imperial ancestor. For several decades, outsiders only knew that the imperial ancestor had disappeared. However, only a few members of the imperial family knew that the imperial ancestor had always been in the palace. There was only one reason why he had not shown himself for several decades, and that was the 7-star scripture. This was the true biggest secret of the Sacred Star dynasty. At this moment, everyone in the room had completely understood. It could be said that they were suddenly enlightened. No wonder! Ever since the Saint Empress came to power, none of the civil and military officials dared to say anything, because above the Saint Empress, there was still the imperial ancestor. The Sacred Star dynasty had always belonged to the Huangfu family. No matter how incompetent and cowardly the current Emperor Huangfu was, he still sat on the dragon throne. The Saint Empress could wield power behind the scenes, but she could not proclaim herself as the emperor. The Sacred Star dynasty could only have the surname Huangfu. Huangfu Qing's face was as pale as paper, and his eyes were filled with helplessness. Once the imperial ancestor appeared, it meant that Chu Hen would not be able to survive. Who dares to violate the prestige of the Sacred Star dynasty? The imperial ancestor shouted sternly. His thunderous voice shook everyone's eardrums and made their blood boil. The enormous pressure was like a mountain pressing down on everyone present. Imperial ancestor, the traitor is the descendant of Long Bo. The Saint Empress directly knelt on the ground, her expression extremely miserable. Looking at the Saint Empress, who had half of her shoulder cut off, the imperial ancestor's old eyes focused, and endless cold killing intent surged from between his gray eyebrows. In these years, he knew that Huangfu was incompetent, so he asked the Saint Empress to help him control the court. Today, the Saint Empress had one of her shoulders cut off in front of everyone. It was simply a disgrace to the dynasty. Humph! The imperial ancestor's eyes turned cold, and his sword-like gaze directly shot towards Chu Hen's group, who had already fled several miles away. Traitors, those who violate the prestige of my imperial ancestor, shall die. With that, the imperial ancestor soared into the sky, stirring up a torrential and terrifying pressure as he charged towards Chu Hen's group. Boundless and majestic pressure covered the sky and earth, crushing everything in its path. Buzz, the imperial ancestor, raised his hand and raised his palm. Dazzling starlight flew out like a crescent moon, whistling with the power to sweep away an entire army. Layers upon layers of air waves trembled in the air, and the buildings in front of them were crushed into pieces by the crescent moon-shaped flying shuttle like pieces of tofu. The crescent moon flying shuttle, formed by the power of the stars, traversed 1,000 meters in a row and chopped towards Chu Hen and the others. Young master, be careful. Long Kuei thrust out several palms, sending Chu Hen, Long Qingyang, Long Xuanchuang, and a dozen other guards flying. In the next instant, boom! A violent shockwave swept out like a tsunami, sending Chu Hen, Long Qingyang, and the rest flying dozens of meters. Along with Long Kuei, more than 20 Long family guards were instantly smashed into smithereens by the terrifying starlight flying shuttle. Long Kuei, Long Qingyang's eyes were red with rage. Chu Hen clenched his teeth so hard that they made cracking sounds. His qi and blood surged up, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. First, young master, let's go. Don't let the patriarch and our brothers die in vain. The other dozen guards did not hesitate. Ignoring their internal injuries, they helped the heavily injured Chu Hen up and continued to flee with Long Qingyang and Long Xuanchuang. Humph, no one can leave today. The imperial ancestor's cold voice was filled with disdain as a majestic aura enveloped them. Subsequently, another beam of silver starlight flew over. Although the attack wasn't as strong as the previous one, it was extremely fast. However, the eyes of the Long family guards who were in charge of covering their retreat turned cold as determination appeared on their faces. They stopped in their tracks at the same time and turned around to face the incoming beam of starlight. They raised the spears in their hands and stabbed the tips of the spears into the soles of their feet, nailing them to the ground. We swear to protect the Long family bloodline with our lives. Be loyal and courageous. Don't look back. No. Long Qingyang's eyes widened in anger and shock. Boom! In an instant, the Long family guards were once again engulfed by the violent energy, turning into thousands of strands of dust that floated between heaven and earth. Chu Hen's eyes were bloodshot as he stabbed his nails into his palms. He roared angrily at the sky, his thunderous voice shaking the heavens and earth. Old fool, if I, Chu Hen, don't destroy your sacred star empire, I'm not human. Endless anger, hatred, and resentment at this moment, they turned into boiling blood and a monstrous, murderous intent. If I don't get my revenge, I'm not human. Humph, little be asterisk starred. I'm afraid you won't have the chance. The imperial ancestor's gloomy face was full of disdain. With his experience, he could naturally see that Chu Hen was different. The other party's body also contained the power of 7 stars. This meant that the other party had pried into the sacred star scripture and obtained the sacred 7-star scripture. Since the other party had seen through the empire's greatest secret, the imperial ancestor agreed with the divine empress's previous actions. Whether or not Chu Hen's family was a traitor, they had to be completely eradicated. A vast amount of power was released from the imperial ancestor's body, and dazzling starlight bloomed across the heavens and earth. However, just as everyone present thought that it was impossible for Chu Hen to escape, clang! There was a deafening sound, and a bolt of purple lightning 100 feet wide descended from the heavens without any warning. Striking towards the imperial ancestor with a shocking momentum, what was going on? Everyone's hearts paled in shock. The imperial ancestor frowned and changed the direction of his attack, using the powerful force that erupted to meet the purple lightning. Hiss! The 2 extremely destructive forces collided, and the sky exploded with an earth-shattering might. The silver starlight and the purple lightning were like fireworks that bloomed between heaven and earth. The sky above the entire imperial capital was shaking violently and restlessly. Which expert is here? The imperial ancestor shouted coldly, and his sharp gaze swept across the dark sky. In the gloomy clouds of the 9th heaven, a hazy purple figure seemed to be hiding behind the sky. However, the other party did not answer, and the aura that he released fluctuated between strong and weak, giving off a mysterious feeling that could not be seen through or seen through. Humph! Could it be that you are a cowardly rat hiding your head? Since you want to meddle in this matter, then don't blame me. As soon as he finished speaking, the imperial ancestor turned into a streak of light and shot towards the ball of purple light. At the same time, he barked out, "Generals of the Sacred Star Empire, listen up! Kill the traitor!" Yes, in an instant, the entire city was hunted down again. Chapter 346. Clang! A deafening clap of thunder exploded in the dusky sky. In an instant, the torrential rain began to pour down unscrupulously. Soon, the wet ground began to converge into small streams that flowed happily. However, at this very moment, a dozen guards of the Long family had brought Chu Hen, Long Qingyang, and Long Xuanchuang out of the imperial city and towards an even further area. The danger was still there, and it had yet to recede. Ice-cold rain fell on Chu Hen's face, causing his bloodless face to turn even paler. Ugh! Chu Hen spat out a mouthful of blood as his blood flowed in reverse. His legs staggered and he fell powerlessly onto the ground. Young Master Hen. Third brother. The The guards and Long Qingyang immediately stopped in their tracks and turned around to look at him. Currently, Chu Hen was already on the brink of collapse. Previously, in his rage, he had released all of the star energy in his body and detonated it. If it was a normal person, it was likely that their body would have exploded from the enormous energy in that instant. Fortunately, Chu Hen's body was far tougher than an ordinary person's thanks to the chaotic body and the flaming sun body tempering method, which allowed him to suppress the energy. However, it was also because of this that Chu Hen's internal meridians had suffered varying degrees of damage. Coupled with the fact that he had forcefully clashed head-on with the malefic star duo, Chu Hen's injuries were unimaginably severe. "Don't worry about me, go." Chu Hen's voice was deep and hoarse. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with sorrow and dryness. Regarding the death of Long Zhan, Chu Hen felt incomparably guilty in his heart. Not too long ago, Chu Hen had planned to return home with Long Qingyang and Long Xuanxuang. But now, the man who had been like a father to him had died for him. Chu Hen did not even know how to face Long Qingyang and Long Xuanxuang in the future. Long Qingyang clenched his fists tightly. His face was extremely gloomy, and his brows were filled with pain. "Are the two of you still going to waste time at a time like this?" Long Xuanxuang asked coldly. The cold rain had already drenched her clothes, and crystalline droplets constantly rolled down her beautiful cheeks. It was impossible to tell if they were tears or rainwater. "If you want Long Zhan to die in vain, then kneel here and don't move." Long Xuanxuang directly called Long Zhan by his name. She had hatred in her heart, and she said that she would never forgive him. But behind this hatred, it was love that she couldn't say out loud. Long Qingyang's eyes narrowed. He knelt on the ground with both knees and kowtowed 3 times in the direction they had come. "Father, I have been unfilial. May your heroic soul bless me and avenge you." Chu Hen clenched his fists and looked up at the sky. His eyes were closed, and his voice was choked with emotion. "Today, I, Chu Hen, swear on my life that one day I will destroy the sacred star dynasty. Zhan Bo, rest in peace." Following that, Chu Hen also heavily kowtowed 3 times on the ground. Blood surged up his chest, and Chu Hen, who was on the verge of collapse, could not hold on any longer. His vision darkened, and he fell to the ground with a muffled sound. Everyone's expression changed, and they hurried over to help him up. Without another word, Long Qingyang carried Chu Hen on his back, his cold eyes flashing with a steady light. "Let's go." It could be said that Long Qingyang was now the master of the Long family, and he shouldered the heavy responsibility of reviving the family. At this moment, Long Qingyang, who had always been impulsive, seemed to have matured a lot. He did not let his anger and hatred get to his head, because this was what Long Zhan had bought with his life. The steep and undulating mountain range splashed with white mist under the pouring of the rain. The rain continued to pour, and it grew heavier. This sudden rainstorm not only made it more dangerous for Long Qingyang, Long Xuanxuang, and the rest to escape, it also made it more difficult for the imperial family to give chase. After all, there were lush forests and winding mountain paths a few kilometers away from the capital. The rain washed away all the footprints on the ground. But even so, Long Qingyang and the others did not dare to slack off or relax. At the top of a mountain, a tall, black-clothed figure stood quietly at the edge of the precipitous cliff. He watched the Long family's group enter a canyon from afar with a meaningful gaze. The pitter-patter of rain fell, but it was unable to wet his clothes in the slightest. A hazy mist shrouded his surroundings, making it difficult to spot him. Suddenly the space trembled slightly, and a demonic purple light surged in the air. Then, another figure appeared out of thin air beside the black-robed man. This was a middle-aged man who looked to be between 30 to 40 years old. He was not considered handsome, but he looked very comfortable and pleasing to the eye. His gentle and refined temperament exuded from between his brows, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised in a smile that was not a smile. "What are you thinking about?" The middle-aged man smiled warmly. "I'm thinking, will they hate me?" The black-clothed man replied in a deep voice. His tone carried a hint of profoundness. "Perhaps." The middle-aged man let out a sigh of relief. They have experienced too many ups and downs in life, and too little sorrow and joy. The path to the top of the Marshall Way has never been smooth. Since there's no place for them in the Sacred Star Empire, this is probably the best way to leave. Is that so? Hee, sometimes hatred is also an emotion that makes people grow quickly. Only by carrying hatred can we adapt to this cruel world where people eat each other. The man in black frowned slightly and said, "Air's aura seems to be getting colder and colder, and his hostility is getting heavier. If this goes on, I'm afraid a heart demon will appear in him." The man smiled and put his hands behind his back. Heart demon is not scary. What's scary is not being able to defeat it. The demon pupil saint physique is neither good nor evil, so the birth of heart demon is inevitable. But if he can't even defeat his heart demon, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to step into the peak of the Marshall Way. There was a long silence. The man in black let out a deep breath and said, "Then I'll leave the rest to you." "Rather than leaving it to me, it's better to leave it to them. I won't interfere with their future growth. It's all up to them, especially Chu Hen." Clang!